Testing, testing. 1 2 1 2. Test, test. Is this working? Are we live? Testing. Ready? It's a stream. It is indeed a stream. You are testing? Okay, there we go. I thought we were batted for Europe. It was just one. It was just one. That was one of the rare streams that I did that was actually suited to EU time instead. You are live and clear? Excellent. Okay. So, I spent pretty much the last 2 days fiddling to get this setup done. So, hold on. Let me just... you guys get the medical examination ASMR from me putting on the gloves, so give me a second. There we go. You guys like that? Doesn't it remind you of prostate exam? Okay. Alright. Now we should be good to go. Yeah, these gloves are pretty tight. For the next time, if I do another hand cam, I am definitely going to be preparing by getting gloves that are more suited to my actual finger size. But body cavity search time. Well, no, I didn't like it. There we go. There we go. All right, hold on. Give me a second. We sort through some of the things that I have with me on the desk. All right. The only thing that I find mildly annoying about handling things with these gloves is that because I can't use my nails, it's quite difficult to pry the cards off of the desk once I put them down. So I'm gonna have to do that awkward thing where I slide them to the edge of the desk and then take them off that way. If the gloves doesn't fit, you must acquit. Well, I mean, it does fit. It's just a little too snug. You know, down, Billy, down. Alright, hold on, give me a second. Let me just fiddle around with a few settings. Alright, I also managed to find a portable magnifying glass thing in my attic. So I'll be whipping that out so that you guys can have a closer look at some of the cards that we end up pulling. But yeah, that was a pretty cool find, and I look forward to being able to use that over the course of the stream. Okay, Billy. Okay. I put powder inside of the plastic gloves so it's easy to remove them later. I don't really have too much issue with removing the gloves. It's just that it gets a little clammy after a bit. He is an armchair, of course. He has hands. True, true. It's only logical after all. I always wondered what because occasionally you do see some pretty wacky designs when it comes to embellishing chairs. For example, people will carve patterns into the arms or the legs, or they'll make the frame of the back, they'll decorate it a little bit. I've always wondered what an armchair would look like if at the ends of the arms you actually made like a kind of hand-esque thing to cap them off. Although that would probably look a little weird. Excuse me while I whip this out. I'm getting old, so I use magnifying glasses while reading RPG books. That makes sense, that makes sense. Sometimes you just do need the magnifying glass there instead of just a normal pair of glasses. This thumbnail. Yes, this thumbnail. So, little bit of an explanation, a little bit of context for the people who are showing up here. Oshi Push Set 2 is about to release. It's called Hidden Links, and ahead of time, Japanime Games were kind enough to send me 2 promo boxes, which we will be opening up and we will be gambling on the contents of over the course of this stream. Now, Oshi Push is it's basically a VTuber TCG that I've done multiple streams about up until now. It's the VTuber TCG that I've become addicted to the most. Although that being said, there's only like what 3 or 4 legitimate options in this space, so it's a small pool. It's a small pool, but it is by far my favorite out of the pool. Now, how much of that is because of the fact that set 1 was phase oriented? Probably a lot, I'll be honest. But I really, really like the gameplay loop as well, and the mechanics that they've built into this thing. So I'm very excited to see what I end up pulling from these promo boxes that they've sent me. So, on top of that as well, for those who don't watch or haven't watched my Oshi Push sessions on a weekly basis with Morlington, Set 3 is currently, to my knowledge, it's already been determined, and Set 3 is going to feature Phase Alias, so Phase Gen 2, which is going to be exciting because for a second there I was a little worried that Oshi Push would not return to Phase, and now they have, so it's been confirmed that they will be. So again, you guys will get to see your if your Oshi is in Phase Alias, you'll be able to see them added into the game quite shortly, because I anticipate that Set 3, more information about Set 3 is probably going to come out relatively soon. Probably by the end of the year, I would assume. So, yeah. When I'm doing a V-card unboxing, I make it a point to only buy or consume product from TCGs that are actually, you know, games. Yeah, funny that you bring up V-Card, because they just recently had another round of unboxing streams done by the Twitch streamers that are promoting it. And again, I have not seen any Twitch streamer play V-Card since Set 1 initially released. I've seen plenty of unboxing streams, but I have not seen a single gameplay stream. So, it is... I have no plans on buying a V-Card set anytime soon. Though, again, I don't have a Twitch Oshi, so that might also be part of the reason why it never just really grabbed me. What is a phase? A phase connect. Phase connect. Invaders deck. I'm hoping they add invaders at some point in the future. I mean, surely if they're going to be returning to Phase for Set 3 in the form of Alias, surely at some point in a future set we get invaders. I'm really crossing my fingers for that one, because I would love to see... I really want to see what Dizzy looks like if added into this game. And Morlington, I know for a fact, he is absolutely... Yeah, he's absolutely gunning for Lumi to be added into this game, so... Yeah, because not meant to be played, just bought. Yeah, it does give off that vibe. It would have made for pretty effective baseball card, you know, sort of VTuber-themed baseball card-esque collectibles. That would have been... I think a lot of people who have criticized V-Card have said, yeah, if they just wanted collectibles, that would be fine. But they chose to market it as a game, and, well... In terms of gameplay, I haven't really seen a lot of that coming out of the people promoting V-Card. They did say, at the end of last year, I think in November or something, that they were planning on trying to build a competitive scene for V-Card, and there's been no further word on that. So, they did say that the plan for competitive, I believe it was by the end of 2026 or in 2027. I think end of 2026. So, we'll end up seeing how that goes over the course of the next, what, 9 months? Holy, it's March already. Almost a quarter of the year is gone already. Oof. Waiting for Phase Euphoria cards. Base Euphoria cards would also be pretty hype, yeah. I do wonder what order they're going to go in when it comes to introducing the phase gens into future sets, because they've gone with Gen 1, they've gone with Gen 2. I wonder if the next one is going to be Euphoria or it's going to be Invader's Wish, and then Euphoria, and then Invader's Quest. So, and then after that, I'm assuming, then you get to Saga. What a year! Yeah, it has been quite a year, especially for phase fans. Especially for phase fans. I don't think we are used to our... I don't think we're used to our years being this eventful. Passage of time. Time feels old. Amen. Amen. Oh. Don't forget to seize the day. Rooney Ruse cards? I think Rooney Ruse cards would be pretty cool. I mean, there is already a color in the game that's perfect for Rooney, right? There's no way she's... Well, I mean, I could maybe see her being red. But let's be honest, Rooney is probably going to be a purple persona if/when she gets added into the game. Like, it's just too perfectly on theme. Thoughts on the Clara thing? I think I talked about it at the end of the previous stream that I did. But basically, if she has more stuff to say in a more explicit manner, I'm sure at some point in the future, she will come back and say it. But the grievances she had with phase that she talked about, or she alluded to during the graduation stream, I find to be a little strange in terms of how much it contradicts or is contradicted by the scheduled tweet that ended up going live that she supposedly made around the same time as the period of grievance she described. So interesting little bit of dissonance there. But at this point, yeah, at this point, it's just, I think that it is, I said this in the last stream as well, but in the same vein as I think it is unprofessional for remaining talents to backchat or badmouth a departing talent, I also think that for the most part, if you are graduating, not being terminated, that is, you know, it is quite unprofessional as well. If you're trying to burn the house down on your way out. The donkey is coming. Who knows? Who knows? But we'll see. We'll see. May we not live in interesting times? Yeah. Yeah. If I were to choose what genre my life would unfold as, I would choose slice of life instead of, you know, thriller. But in any case... Hold on, let me switch screens. There we go. Okay, okay. Ugh, lighting's not great, actually. Does that help? A little. Too bad. Alright, so. Are you guys ready for the hand reveal? Ta-da! You've seen a chair with arms, you've seen chairs with backs, but now, finally, you have seen a chair with hands. I like how these gloves give me sort of blue fetus hands because of the, you can tell that there's like the slight webbing there from where it's a little too small for my finger size. But yeah, looks fine to me. You're not wearing them, Pavlo. It's like a very uncomfortable handshake. But in any case, I have two different pairs of gloves on the side, by the way. I'm going to be switching over to them if I feel like these ones get too clammy throughout the stream. But yeah. Look at Gemini. I used to be a piano player. So we don't have, unfortunately, I don't quite have, you know, bricklayer hands or anything like that. These were very much geared towards playing instruments rather than anything else. But indeed I do. Indeed I do. Actually, hold on. Joe, are you excited for Oshi Push Set 3? Because that's the set that's going to be adding Sheena into the game. So I assume that... Actually, I know for a fact that there are butter cookies who play Oshi Push already. I remember Soitsu posting about it on Twitter. at some point probably about a month ago. So I expect that quite a few butter cookies may be looking forward to set 3 when it does end up being announced. Yeah, that's why I put Pounder in mind. Those kinds of gloves love to stick to you when you try to remove them. Yeah, that's true. I don't really mind just tugging a little harder to try and get them off, though, so it should be fine. Was a music Asian. Now the only thing I can still do is sing. I've pretty much forgotten how to play any of the instruments that I had back there. Michael Laura, thank you for the 2. Show the grippers, boss. There we go. But yeah, so just to give a little bit of context as to what we're going to be looking for here. So, as many of you who've watched my previous streams know, the persona whose play pattern, whose game plan has gripped me the most, no pun intended, has by far been Tenma. And that is because Tenma is a persona whose game plan very much revolves around all the things that you would associate with control or tempo or being able to interact with your opponent. And Tenma has by far been one of the strongest personas to come out of set 1, purely because of all of the different tools, I suppose, different mechanics and tools that she has access to. So when you actually look at the different things that Tenma's able to do, it doesn't mind a bit of tugging. Okay, I didn't say that, Vikiris. I didn't say that. An archive check karaoke. Some point in the future. Artibos, thank you for the 2. Chinese Hands is going to a top search. Let's hope not. But in any case, yeah. So Tenma has access to pretty much everything that you would want in this game in terms of ways of either executing your own game plan or interfering with your opponents, right? She has spot removal. She has mass removal. She has a shit ton of card draw. She has, different ways of buffing up her persona. But the one point of weakness in terms of the things that she doesn't quite have as much access to as the other personas is mobility. So I'm going to be, for the purposes of this stream, I'm going to be assuming that most of you guys have watched my previous streams talking about Oshi Push, so you're already familiar with what the mechanics are. So I'm just going to be talking as if you guys understand what it is I'm going on about. So when it comes to mobility, the only thing that Tenma kind of lacks at the moment at the end of set 1 is the ability to move between platforms in the middle of clashing. So clashing is when you try to fight over a platform, you take over platforms, and every platform that you take over gets you a certain amount of subscribers. When you reach 1 million subscribers, that's your win condition for the game. And Tenma, up until now, only had one way of moving around between different platforms in the middle of a clash, which was this card, Uwu. So it's basically pretty simple. Okay, hold on, let me see if I can line this up correctly. Okay, there we go. It actually works. So Uwu, basically a content card that, it's pretty average. 3 bits for 5 influence. Generally speaking, as a rate, that's a little bit below par. However, the thing that actually makes this strong is that you can discard this from your hand at no additional cost. And if you do that, you get to move Tenma from one platform to another. Now, as you can probably imagine, when her clash reward on her persona is getting to draw 2 cards, for example, on her tier 2 upgrade, then what ends up happening is you can essentially use Uwu as a cycling card, where you just discard this from your hand, move over to another platform, draw 2 cards, and you net 1 additional card from, how much you started with in hand at the beginning of that whole process. So, right now, at the end of set 1, Tenma was really, really reliant on just Uwu as a card to make it, to make her mobile as a persona. However, set 2 has introduced a whole bunch of purple cards that have that same discard mechanic, where you can discard it from your hand at no additional cost to move Tenma from one platform to another mid-clash. And as a result of that, one card that they've introduced in particular is, cameo card called Beko Genning. And Beko Genning, so cameos basically work similarly to upgrades in that you play them for a bit cost and then they permanently stay on and buff the stats of your persona.
And Beko Ganning says, negate the abilities of all opposing personas on the platform. It increases bits generated every turn by 1, increases the influence on your persona by 1. But the more important thing that I'm interested in is the fact that it has the same discard mechanic as Uwu, which is you get to discard it from your hand and then you move your persona from one platform to another in the middle of a clash. So when we're talking about chase cards in terms of what I'm hoping to be opening up, yes, I'm going to be pretty hyped for foils, pretty hyped for even, hopefully, maybe, who knows, maybe there is a signed card amongst the packs that I've been provided by Japan Games. But what I'm really looking for are 3 copies of Beko Genning, because in Oshi Push, the max number of cards you can have in a playset is 3. And if I can get 3 Beko Gennings, I can essentially complete this Tenma deck shell, the point where it now has a whole 6 cards in it, 6 out of 40, which is the maximum deck size, 6 out of 40 that could allow me to move Tenma from one platform to another mid-clash. It's finally going to fix the one weakness that Tenma had, which is over-reliance on Uwu for mobility mid-clash. So, with that being said, let me just take these off the table so I can showcase what we're working with today. Mechanical focused box opening, a gentleman's box opening. I would hope so, because I actually play this game and I love playing this game. I've said this multiple times before, and I've glazed the creators of Oshi Push plenty for this, but I really do feel like mechanically and thematically they have made magic with this game. And so as a result, when I'm chasing cards, I'm not just chasing cards that are, that have cool art or that are of the VTubers that I particularly like, or I personally like. I'm looking for cards that will complete or add to game plans that I've already committed to in terms of building a deck physically. So, in terms of what we actually have available to us for today's unboxing stream, Japan Games has been kind enough to provide me with three items. 2 packs of 1 random pre-debut card each, 2 packs of Oshi Push sleeves, and 2 booster boxes of 24 packs each. So we have 48 packs in here that are actually, proper packs that you would probably be able to buy as well once it releases in shops. Then we have 2 other random cards, and we have 2 sleeves. Now, obviously, like any TCG player worth their salt, the first thing we're going to be opening up are the card sleeves, just so we have something that we can slot the cards that we open up into for protection. Because, well, thankfully, since I'm wearing gloves, I don't have to worry about things like sweat or anything coming off on them. But it's always nice to make sure that they're properly encased as soon as possible to protect them from things like moisture and dust. So let me just open these up for us in a second. Sorry, give me a sec. Yeah, so actually, now I noticed that some people said in chat, so they actually have on the backs of the boxes, you have they have a list of the different VTubers that the set features, as well as an explanation of the rarity system that they're using. So in set 2 features the following VTubers. I'll just read it out for people who want to check to see if there are Oshis on here. Beko Genning, as I mentioned before, Belir Adsala, Captain Camille, Captain Chia, Seriun, Adenia Euclase, La Avispa Nectarina, Linechu, Minky, Minkai, Porcelain Maid, Rayless, and VTuber Senpai. So those are the different creators that are going to be featured in the cards from this set. Hold on. I underestimated how fiddly it was going to be to open up plastic with gloves on, but in any case, all right, there we go. So that's one bunch of packs open now. We just need to do the second one. Hold on. Oh, there we go. Whoops. Okay, hold on, give me a second. Oh, it's a little... Okay, there we go. Stop. Okay. There we go. Alright, now we have a good reservoir of sleeves that we can use for the big pulls that we get. We're going to start off small. We're going to start off by opening up these two packs that each contain one random pre-debut card. Do they have the pull odds to complete the gacha experience? I think they do. This is my first time opening actual packs, though, because up until now, I've mostly been either buying singles or I have been playing it on Tabletop Simulator, so this is a new experience for me. Okay, hold on. Let me figure out how to actually open this without damaging the cards inside, because this is this is a little difficult. Okay, there we go. We actually have it. All right. Okay. Man, I do need to get better gloves for the purposes of doing this next time. Okay. So, this is our first pre-debut hard. If it's too hard, you should maybe get rid of the rubber barrier. I am thinking of... I'm quite tempted, to be completely honest. I'm quite tempted. Okay, so this is our first card. And it is... Oh, okay. Morning voice stream. Alright, let me bring down the magnifying glass. So it is featuring Rayless, I believe. Yep. 6 bits. Red... creative content card with 17 influence. Holy, that's a lot. And it states on its text, hold on, let me make this a little bit more visible for you guys. You can't play this card on a platform where you have one or more content cards. So it basically has to be, if you're going to play it, it has to be the only content card that is on the platform by the time it resolves. I don't really want to... Hold on, let me see if I can make it a little bit easier for you guys to read using this properly. Is that... Okay. Is that good? You guys read that? It's a little fiddly. I will be narrating the card text on screen as well, so don't worry about that if you can't quite make it out. Okay. As our starting pull, that's pretty good. This seems like a pretty interesting card. For sure, this is probably going to be something that Uruka players are going to end up using in their decks. Let me just sleeve this up. Okay. Alright. There is our first... Do you need the ring light? I could take off the light. The only issue is it looks a little dim. It's probably a little more difficult to see. Hold on. I don't know if the light makes it better or not. Do you have scissors to cut the packets? I do, actually. I do. Alright. Well, we can do that then. Yeah, so the ring light does make the art a little bit... Yeah, it makes the art a little bit more difficult to see, but hopefully the text is a little bit more visible when I use this. Ooh, it's still a little blurry. Okay, it's not focusing. I might just do the thing where I hold it up to the camera then, because I don't think this is very helpful. I tried it off stream, and it was okay, but I think it's just better if I do this. Yeah, there we go, much better. Alright, yeah, this is much clearer. I can just manually magnify things for you guys. So, that's our first pre-debut card. Second one. Remember not to have shiny scissors so no one pinpoints your location. True. All right. Let me just peel this open.
Okay, there we go. Our second pack. Okay, if I can actually get the card out. Oh, this really does feel very fiddly. Because of the fact that I'm using gloves. Second card is... Unique laughing sounds. Another, well, actually, another red card, actually. 2 bits, Augurs, red action card. That states, play only during a clash. Your persona gains +3 influence this clash for each content card you have in play. So the more content cards, this is again geared towards decks that like to run lots of small content cards. The more you have on the board, the bigger your persona's influence count becomes over the course of that clash. So that's it's a pretty funny design. It's a pretty funny design, so you guys can see the art there. But I expect that Michiru players are really going to like this card, because Michiru is one of the personas that has an inbuilt, one of the pre-existing personas that has an inbuilt weenie type strategy insofar as content goes. Scan? Well, not really. I mean, they aren't persona cards by any means, but I think that these are they're not the game plans that I'm looking to do, but I'm sure someone's going to want cards like these in the set. So this is my first time seeing some of these cards, because even though in the Japanime Games server, they do have a Google Excel sheet with all of the cards from set 2 written on there. I was not bothered to actually just go through what is essentially an Excel. I was not bothered to go through an Excel sheet just to learn what the cards are. So I'm a visual learner when it comes to TCGs. So this is going to be my first time seeing a lot of the cards. All right. Then now we actually have one of the booster boxes. Let me get this open. And we have 24 packs, so 2 bunches of 12. And okay, let's see if we can actually get this open without having to use scissors for each and every one. Although the good thing about these packs is since there's more cards than just one, it's very easy to feel where the top of the cards inside the pack is. So I don't need to be too worried about accidentally cutting through the cards instead. All right. There we go. Okay. So, first pack. Okay, starting off strong with Be More Cultured. This is one of the cards that I really wanted for my Tenma deck as well. Then we have Waifu Wheel. Hold on, let me just hold that up to the camera. 2 bits, green experience action card that says draw 3 cards, then put 2 cards from your hand on top of your deck. Now this is going to be really strong in combination with Be More Cultured, because Be More Cultured is an action card that bounces your opponent's content back to their hand based off of whatever is on top of your deck. So having the ability to manipulate what's on top of your deck is huge in conjunction with this. So for 4 bits, you can essentially try to prime the ideal bounce for one of the opponent's content cards. That's pretty good. Oh, Ava, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the 2 digits for free in this economy. What a bargain. I'm still seeing if the gloves are the play, because again, it's a little awkward, it's a little fiddly.
I also, my hands crave to feel the cardboard on my skin. So we'll see. We'll see if I'm able to actually keep this going, or if I give up halfway through and just go with a raw hand stream. Card wants me to be more cultured. My card, Garden Grass. I am the culture. Amen. Amen. They look like those old Pokemon cards. Yeah, there are some visual similarities in that regard. Okay. So the next card is Blobbin. So red cameo Poggers card, and pretty normal. You know, discard your persona gains +2, as well as having the effect of +6 influence and, well, +0 bits. So again, cameos are basically just permanent buffs that you apply to your persona once you attach them to your persona, similarly to an upgrade. What's the good roll? Okay. But yeah, it is a little uncomfortable, but I can cope. So yeah, this is going to be something that I think Iori players are probably going to want, specifically because of the fact that Iori is a poggers oriented persona. Then we have Alter Ego. Green Zatsudon cameo card, costs 6, gives you 3 more bits every turn, but doesn't give you any added influence. And it's pretty straightforward effect. It's basically just a resource gen buff, while also having the effect of being able to be discarded to get you 1 extra bit on the fly for a little bit of sudden ramp. Pretty solid. I could see, for example, NASA really wanting something like this, because NASA is a persona that's oriented, Zatsudon persona that's oriented around trying to spend all of her bits every turn so that she can trigger her persona's ability that gives her extra influence. As a result, having 6, by default, her tier 2 upgrade gives her 6 bits to spend every turn. So this would bump that up to 9, which gives her a lot more options of things that she can do over the course of a single turn. Next card is Line Chew, an actual Line Chew upgrade card. So this is one of the new personas that has been added into the set. Purple Experience persona card. And the reason why that's important is because this is yet another card that you have the option of adding into a Tenma deck that you can discard in order to move her from platform to platform in the middle of the clashing phase. So Line Chew's ability is, while you have a face-up premium content card, Line Chew gains +2 influence. Your premium content cards on Line Chew's platform can't be deleted by opposing effects. Now, the can't be deleted by opposing effects is interesting because it's the first time that Oshi Push has printed a sort of protective aura type thing, which doesn't allow your opponents to remove your content cards that you put in play, at least conventionally, because it says that your opponents can't delete the content cards that you have in play on the same platform as Line Chew, but it doesn't say that they can't bounce them. So for that reason, I expect that bouncing cards as a form of removal is going to become a lot more relevant starting from set 2 and onwards compared to how it was in set 1. Then, next card we have is Add Reverb. 4 bits, red Zatsudon action card that says play only during clash, play a content card with 5, that costs 5 or less on this platform, even if your persona is not on this platform, for free. So for the cost of just 4 bits, you can cheat out something that costs 5 or less at, well, basically the Oshi Push equivalent of at instant speed, right? Even if your persona is not already on the platform. So this is really strong. Because in set 1, we had Watch Along, which was a green action card that said something along the lines of, you may play a content card that costs 3 or less by paying, while paying its original cost to a platform, to whatever platform you choose in the middle of a clash. So this is kind of a stronger version of that, although it's not replayable using Morlington's favorite card, which is Halloween Special. So I'm interested to see how this card ends up shaping It's perfecting what people end up doing in red decks. Next card is no prep, no problem. So two bits, purple creative action card that says move one content card from a platform that has 2 or more content cards to another platform. So this is basically my time, but in reverse, where, well, actually it's kind of like a conditional potion, right? And again, I'm assuming that people who've watched me play these games before and has seen me talk about cards knows what I'm referencing here. But yeah, no, it basically allows you to move content cards away, or sorry, not even just away from, move content cards between different platforms in the middle of a clash, provided there are multiple content cards on the same platform. It doesn't specify whether it's yours or your opponent, so you could use this either as a form of removal or pseudo removal, or you can use this as a form of mobility for your content cards instead of just your persona, which is pretty cool. The fact that it's creative is also pretty neat, because that means that all the personas that have access to it include Leah, which is pretty interesting. Because Set 1 Leah was one of the personas that didn't have a very clear game plan in terms of what she was supposed to excel at compared to the other personas. One of the things that was said in the interview that I did with one of the game designers, Nick, was that when they first made Leah, she was conceived to be this persona that would dominate platforms one by one by essentially just vomiting out her hand on one platform at a time. And this is a card that gives an added degree of mobility in those scenarios where, you know, you're dominating one platform, you've established a lead, you have multiple content cards on that platform, and now you have the option of either moving one of those content cards to another platform in the middle of a clash, or you can do the same with your opponent's content cards. Another thing is, as well, this action card does not specify that you can only play it during a clash. You can actually do this whenever, because of the fact that it has no stipulation there. So again, this seems like a pretty good card for Leah players. That's pretty hype. I'm hoping that I'm gonna send this one to Necker after the stream is done, to give him a bit of a precursor as to what Set 2 has added to the Leah game plan. Okay, so next card is, oh, okay, it's one of the ones that we talked about on stream. Crystal Dragon Memories, a red Poggers content card that costs 4, has 5 influence, and says that it gains +4 influence for each other content card you have on this platform. So, again, Eden, which is the VTuber that's featured in this card, has a very sort of weenie domination style playstyle. Sorry. Weenie domination-esque playstyle where you're just trying to overload one platform with smaller content cards, so this synergizes pretty well with that. Since it's Poggers, Michiru can also use this card. Well, actually, never mind. It says Eden's deck only, but yeah. That particular game strategy is getting a little bit more support, so the cards that have been added in as a result of Eden's addition into the game should also make Michiru's game plan stronger as well, for the most part. Not this card, because this is an Eden exclusive, but the other ones, yes. Okay, so the next card is Vaseline on Toast. I think this was one of the other cards that we talked about on stream. 5 bits, purple Zatsudan content card that has 6 influence and is a Camille exclusive, saying, while you are dominating this platform, you gain +3 influence at each adjacent platform. So this actually makes it a point that you have to think about where you choose to play this, whether you choose to play it in the middle platform, which is the optimal place to play this, or do you choose to only play it at one of the platforms you have a stronger presence at on either of the two sides, but you diminish the amount that you diminish the strength of its printed effect, which is an interesting trade-off. Just adds a little bit more thought and complexity to actual gameplay, which I think is nice. Then finally, last card is Hot Sauce Karaoke. This was one of the cards that was shown off in the previews that were, I think this was shown off by Rayless himself on one of his reveal streams. Green creative content card, costs 3, has 0 influence printed on the card, but it gains +1 for each card in your trash. So Rayless as a persona is basically built around trying to fill up your trash as much as possible. So it's pretty, it's pretty obvious how this card synergizes with that. Actually, there's another Rayless card that allows you to discard cards from your hand and then draw that many cards from your deck. That's another card that I'm looking for when it comes to... It's less important to me than Becker getting, but that's another card that I think would fit quite well into most Tenma decks that I'm looking to try and pull. Okay, so that was the first pack. Nothing too outlandish, but already we have some strong additions for the Tenma decks that I'm building, namely these two, right? Be More Cultured and Waifu Wheel. So I'll put those two to the side as possible Tenma deck additions. I'll put the rest over here. All right, pack 2. I'm not going to lie, I'm really disliking how fiddly the gloves make things. The things I do for immersion on this channel. All right. All right. Back 2. Okay, first card. Nose Pull. A purple Poggers action card that costs 6 bits. Stipulates that you can only play it during a clash and says you may delete one opposing content card or cameo card on this platform. So just straight up removal for cameo cards, the new cards that are being introduced as a mechanic in the set, as well as a content card of your choice on that particular platform. So when we talk about removal, in terms of options, this is, I'd say this is all right. Most other removal is heavily conditional based off of the cost or the influence count on the content card you're trying to remove. For example, Vomit Drawer can delete a content card, but only if it has 6 influence or less. Whereas cards like, for example, Yell at Fish, which I showed earlier, that is a Tenma exclusive, can only delete a content card if it costs less than the amount of cards you have in hand after you cast it. So for that reason, usually just getting to pick and choose what content card you want to delete without any additional stipulations is a pretty rare effect. So for that reason, I expect that this is going to see quite a bit of play. Now, it is a little pricey at a whole 6 bits, but again, I think being able to just wipe any content card of your choice off the board is a valuable enough effect that this is going to see play. Next card is Cage Chat. 2 bits, purple Zartodon action card. Play only during a clash. 1 content card loses 4 influence this clash. Then, if it has 0 influence, delete it. So this basically reads as either a debuff that you can use in order to win a clash on the fly, or removal for any content card that has less than, well, 4 influence or less, which is pretty cool. Because again, we were just talking about how when it comes to influence, or when it comes to removal, Oshi Push doesn't really have too much active removal options. So this being yet another one that's being added to Purple and Zartodon is pretty good. I expect that NASA players might be interested in this, although since they already have the option of playing Vomit Drawer instead, I am quite interested to see how this deck ends up competing with Vomit Drawer. Because Vomit Drawer is, straight up, it doesn't have the debuff option, but it deletes things that are 6 influence or less instead of just 4 influence or less. So I do wonder if some people will end up picking this up over Vomit Drawer. It's great in the... Actually, yeah, that is true, Noxin. It is great in the early game, especially if you just want to win a clash on the fly by using the debuff effect rather than the delete effect. So you make an interesting point there. Next card in the pack is Permission to Swear. 1 bit, green Zartodon action card that says flip one face down premium content card face up. So premium content card is the second new mechanic that they're introducing in this set, where you basically, think of it as, for those who play MTG, right? Think of it as similar to Morph, where for 2 bits, you get to play a content card face down, and then you turn it up when a condition is satisfied at some point later on. So, hello guys. Hello, Nanny Love. Hello, welcome to the stream. But yeah, no. So when it comes to flipping up premium content cards, I mean, this is an easy way of bypassing the actual printed condition to flip them over, so that looks pretty cool. But yeah. Actually, I'm curious. Nanny Love, have you managed to get your hands on any of the Holo TCG that they put out? Or actually try playing it? Because I know that they've had it out for a while now. There's an idol, can't show skin. Don't be so quick in saying that, because for the sake of practicality, I might end up abandoning the gloves at some point later on in the stream. But yeah, no, I'm wondering if there are any people in the chat who've managed to get your hands on the Holo TCG and had a chance to play it, because that's another game that actually looks like it's been made with gameplay in mind. So it's however, of all of the VTuber TCGs, I think that's the only one that I haven't tried yet. Well, that and the Vi Schwartz one that was printed earlier on a few years ago. So I'm curious to see what the gameplay loop on that is like. I live in Latam. I also really care for cards. Fair enough, fair enough. But yeah, if there are any other Holo fans that have played the TCG, let me know what it's like. No Holo TCG here yet. Have they even begun shipping worldwide, or is it just in Japan for now? Well, I assume you'd have to get it shipped over from Japan anyways. But yeah, no Holo TCG here. Okay, so the next card that we have in the pack is Arf Arf. Red creative action card, costs 3 bits, play only during a clash. Choose one of your content cards to gain +1 influence this clash for each card in your trash. So this is yet another thing that will synergize with stuffing your trash. So this, this works well with Rayless. This works well with. This could actually work pretty well with Leah, because Leah has quite a bit of. Well, actually, based off of the fact that she is purple and she is creative, she should have access to a lot of these cards that have synergies with the trash. And she also has access to the buffed version of Internet Historian, which allows her to pull back 2 content cards of her choice from her trash as well, for only 2 bits. So this is yet another card that I expect could potentially slot into an existing Leah-oriented strategy. Holo TCG is basically just Pokemon with One Piece character cards, from what I know. Huh, okay. They sell the EN version in some NA retailers, if I recall. Ah, okay, I see. It's been released already, both in JP and EN? Ah, okay. Why Potato, welcome to the stream. Joe K, thank you for being a Footstool for 10 months. Hand grab to you too. EN version is already up to the 3rd set. It came out early last year. Oh, okay. I haven't been keeping up with that, so. I see. I'll have to give it a try at some point. I need to ask someone to try playing it with me to get a feel for how the game is. But sorry, give me a second. Just needed to fetch some water. All right. Kawaii Potato, thank you for being a Footstool for 11 months. Please sell to more countries cover. I think they will eventually. But yeah, no. I mean, I've been lucky enough that Oshi Push has already started selling in Australian retailers, though not as many stores as I would like. So I have primarily been buying online as a result of only buying singles for the most part. But the option is there if I want to buy product from a store. Cards look pretty nice. Gameplay is not super complex. Tourney play really only exists because Hollow is popular by default. Ah, okay, I see. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure that Oshi Push does have little tourneys that happen at every con that they're at as well. So, as far as the competitive scene, Oshi Push has one. It is a little bit smaller because, well, FaZe isn't as big, and also the they do choose indies to work with, not exclusively based on size, which I think is pretty neat because, you know, you get to show off new content creators to a potentially larger audience. But also that means that when it comes to expanding the player base, it's probably going to be a little bit slower in terms of the growth compared to other properties like, for example, HoloLive. So then, next card in the pack is... Oh, okay. We have our first Persona card that we've pulled out of the set, which is Line Chew. Purple experience Persona. It says, while you have a face-up premium content card, gains +2. 3 bits per turn, 4 influence, printed on the tin. This is actually quite interesting because, well, in terms of expanding out the, like I said before, in terms of expanding out the genre, color combinations that we have access to, Line Chew is the first experience Persona that's been printed since Tenma. So people who like that particular, people who like Purple's playstyle but want access to experience content cards are finally going to have a pick that they can go with besides Tenma. Cover just announced a partnership with Jack's Pacific, lol. US HQ is definitely doing some work, but JP companies will always essentially be crippled when trying to expand overseas. It's a feature. Ah, okay, I see. I mean, they'll get there eventually. From this set, I only really knew about Porcelain Maid, Rayless, and Avispa. Thanks to the game, I now know about Eden, Camille, and Line Chew. Yeah, no, same. Previously, I only knew about Porcelain Maid and Rayless. And I only knew about Rayless because I watched his VTuber TCG review videos back when I was doing, when I was researching to do that stream on VCard. So, yeah, no, actually seeing more of these creators come in is really, it's been a really interesting experience to learn about them through the cards that they've gotten through the set. Especially, for example, cards like Be More Cultured, which, again, I didn't know who Camille was prior to this set, but it was just such a cool card in terms of how it fit in with the game plan that I was already committed to in terms of deck building, that, you know, it primes me to want to know more about the creator that's featured on the card. Same thing applies to, for example, Vispa, who I expect that at some point over the course of these 48 packs, we're going to end up pulling at least an upgrade card, if not her Persona card. But what I want... her game plan that they've made, that they've baked into her design, it's really cool. It's really cool. Very random, but very cool. Okay, so the next card in the pack is... Okay, another upgrade card. This time, upgrade card for Eden, Red, Poggers, Persona, 2 bits. So this is tied with Iori's upgrade for being the cheapest upgrade in the game. Bumps her up to 4 influence and 4 bits generated per turn, as well as saying your content cards with 4 or less, that cost 4 or less on this platform gain +2 influence. So again, that same sort of weenie swarming game plan that she has built with her Persona. And also you have the customary red upgrade discard effect that gives your Persona a small buff of +2 influence in the middle of a clash. Is it really strange for there to be this many VTuber TCGs? There's like 10 now. Well, I think TCGs were always going to be a sort of an adjacent niche that VTubers in particular were really primed to access because of the fact that VTubers provide a very easy IP that has an inbuilt fan base that you can easily adapt over to a collectible thing. And that's I was talking about this before you showed up, but that was the rationale behind the creation of VCard, which is basically we have a bunch of these popular Twitch VTubers, and you know they have very recognizable forms. It's very easy to make art of them, especially lewd art if that is your thing. And they were originally going to make VCard as just this sort of baseball card-esque collectible thing, because again VTubers translate really easily over to that. And instead, you know, once they actually managed to accomplish that, Shy Lily, if I remember correctly, then went, you know what? Yeah, these are cool collectibles, but what if we tried to tack on a game as well? And then there you have a TCG. So I don't think it's that unusual for there to be a lot of VTuber TCGs because of the fact that the first step in making a TCG is to make a collectible. And VTubers, you know, they translate very well over to collectibles as a medium. And then once you get to that point, a lot of people then go, okay, we might as well try to make it a game as well. And hey, presto, you have a TCG. We should make a VTuber drama TCG. See, that's the thing. So actually, I don't know if you've mentioned this publicly before, but something that something that Nene Love has spoken about before is the idea of a VTuber, sort of VTuber corpo Monopoly-esque game, like a board game that describes the process of a VTuber CEO trying to create a corpo and get it off the ground, recruiting VTubers, having them run, etc., etc. And then you have the same sort of Monopoly-esque win con or lose con, where if you run out of money, all of your talents graduate, then you lose, right? Or you run out of money, all of your talents start graduating, then you lose. And I think something like that could actually work pretty well. Now, how are we going to make it, you know, not just a Monopoly clone with a VTuber skin? I have no idea. But I do think that, in general, a VTuber themed Monopoly type game would be pretty funny. Character archetypes, I showed you that one time. Yeah, no, exactly. Edgy but deeply, something real edgy but deeply rooted in the culture, which most of these aren't. Yeah, for sure. VTuber drama board game would probably be something that I think if you manage to make the game, like, you probably wouldn't get funding to make the game, because let's be real, nobody wants to turn that. Very few people are going to want their name attached to turning something like that into a game. But I do think that if someone was able to pull that off, it has potential. It has potential to pick up in usage. But yeah, no, VTuber Corpo Monopoly is something that, since you told me of that idea, it's something that I have been thinking about occasionally here and there, because you've definitely noticed this because you've been doing your own documentation of different parts of the industry, but there really are recurring tropes and patterns in terms of how these controversies emerge, and stuff like that lends itself perfectly to becoming a gameplay loop as well. But yeah, any case, so next card in this pack, let me just out is, oh, okay, we're actually getting all of the upgrade cards in this one pack. So another upgrade card, another tier 1, this time for Captain Camille. She is a purple poggers persona, and this is a tier 1 upgrade, costs 3 bits, bumps her up to 4 bits generated per turn, 4 influence, and also has the when played effect that states, you may delete one opposing content card on this platform that costs 2 or less. While you are dominating with 1 or more platforms, Captain Camille gains +3. And of course, you have the customary discard effect that's attached to purple, where you get to move your persona to different platforms in the middle of a clash. That's pretty cool. Then we have, oh, okay, this is not a card that I've seen before. Hydraulic Press, a green creative action card that actually costs 0. To play this card, you must delete one of your face-up premium content cards. Gain 2 bits. Now, this I find to be quite fascinating, because it essentially allows you to convert one of the content cards that you have on a platform that, you know, isn't really doing anything into 2 bits. Now, it does admittedly cost 2 cards technically, because it costs this from your hand and then the content card that you already have on the board. But in return for those, you just gain 2 bits, which is pretty strong, I would reckon. If you are, if you are talking about a, it's technically net 0 bits, because all premium content cards, if you want to play them face down, cost 2 bits. So it brings you back up to 0 once you play this. But being able to just gain 2 bits all of a sudden in the middle of a round, rather than at the beginning of the round, it might allow you to catch your opponent off guard. So this is a pretty cool action card. Yeah, and also gives you the option of stocking up your trash in case you want to do something like buff up, for example, Hot Sauce Karaoke or a similar card that gets stronger the more cards you have in your trash. Again, very interesting synergies that are present in terms of the different cards they printed in this set. Imagine a Gucci-style home run by buying all of the property cards and racking up insane debt just to dump it before the investor timer runs out. At some point, I think we should try discussing what a game like that would look like. Because I do think that, just like you said, that sounds like an interesting mechanic gameplay-wise that could very easily be pulled off. Is it me, or is this game very Twitch-coded? Kind of ironic seeing FaZe is the biggest property got signed onto it. Well, it's Twitch-coded here because most of the cards and the themes are based off of streamers who do stream on Twitch. But set 1, I don't know if you've seen some of the stuff that I made about set 1 Oshi push, but maybe you get a different vibe from those cards. But yeah, for set 2, I can understand if it's a little bit more Twitch coded because of the fact that a lot of the other creators that they've pulled onto the project since then have been Twitch streamers, or Twitch VTubers, I should say. Not really mating for, I can see it in this game. Yeah. Okay, so the next card is Boy Mode. Okay. Purple Experience action card. So again, something that actually fits into a Tenma deck. Costs 3 bits, but says your opponents can't gain tokens this clash on a platform. Now this is interesting because it only costs 3 bits, which means that it could be replayed using Halloween Special. So I think Mollington is going to have a bit of a fun time with something like this, because technically what you can do is, if you have Halloween Special, you could essentially stop your opponent from being able to gain tokens on a given platform by just replaying this from your trash with Halloween Special over and over again, since it only costs 3 and is an action card. So I'm very curious to see if this ends up spawning an archetype in and of itself, something like prison special in a prison special Tenma deck, for example. I can handle the aesthetic and lore accuracy. You handle the mechanics. I suck at balancing games. I'll see if I can pull someone else who's pretty good at designing mechanics, because as far as an eye for mechanics go, I'm also I don't have any experience. I don't have any experience or qualifications beyond just, you know, fan designing cards for the games that I like. But yeah, no, I really think that I don't know, if we ever do have a lining spare time, I think a project like that would be pretty cool. Mail on stream. Mollington, king of fanboys. Don't let him hear you say that, Pablo. Don't let him hear you say that. All right, so this is yet another card that I'm going to be adding to the possible Tenma deck edition pile. Okay, the next card is... Oh, okay, another cameo card. This one for a VTuber that we haven't seen before in the set. So, purple... Oh, yeah. I have a slight tremble in my hand. I am a little worried at what might cause it, because, you know... Yeah, something. I doubt it's something like Parkinson's. I'm not that old, but yeah, no, it's a tremble that I've had for a while. I'm not quite sure where it comes from. But yeah, Purple Pogger's cameo card costs 3 bits, adds 1 bit generated per turn to your persona after you play it, and it states, while you are dominating this platform, your persona gains +2. This is definitely a card that Michiru decks are probably going to want to run. You know, actually, this could also work in Leah decks as well, because she is also purple and she also has a domination-based... well, her playstyle lends itself very well to dominating platforms. ADHD? Is that a symptom of ADHD? I'm not... Is that? I've not heard of that one before, but... Huh. I haven't thought about that. Maybe. Potentially. And of course, it has the effect of discarding to move your persona from one platform to another mid-clash. Alright, next card. Oh, actually, I think that should be all of the cards in this pack, right? Yeah, no, this is all of the cards in this pack. Okay, so we have the pile of cards that we could potentially add into a Tenma deck. It's small, but it is growing steadily. So far, there's been at least 1 from every pack that we've opened between the 2 packs that we've opened. Alright. Third pack of the bunch. Oh, the process of opening these up, again, feels so awkward when you can't actually use your fingers. Not using gloves. Okay. Third pack. Up to bat. First one is Toilet Swimmer. Okay. Red content, Red Pogger's content card costs 3 bits, has 11 influence, but it says that it loses 1 influence for each card in your opponent's hands. So this is probably really good in the opening of a game. Well, actually, it depends. If your opponent is playing a persona that has very little card draw and likes to basically vomit their hand out onto the board, to be honest, Michiru comes to mind as a persona that tends to do that quite a bit. This is actually pretty strong. 3 bits for 11 influence is a lot, but in the opening turns of a game, generally this will be around 3 bits for 6 influence or something around that ballpark, because of the fact that, you know, your opening hand when you start the game is 5 cards. So let's say your opponent plays 1 card out of that 5, then this goes up to being 3 bits for 7 influence, which is a pretty decent rate. So overall, I'm curious to see how well this card actually does, because it does seem to be a card that's it's kind of good in the early game. It's pretty good in the late game if you can get your opponent to go down to, you know, 1 or 2 or 0 cards in hand. But in the mid game, something like this probably isn't that great. However, it is Poggers. It is a Poggers content card, and it only costs 3. So there are probably going to be personas that want to play something like this. It is. I assume it's a Skibidi reference. It's a symptom of a ton of stuff, really. Ah, okay, I see. Important announcement. Yeah, important announcement would probably be a card, or well, not a card, but a thing, I suppose. You know, it would probably be like a chance card equivalent in any sort of VTuber controversy Monopoly clone that would be made. Chat says yeah, I think maybe the art is a Skibidi toilet reference, but the quote doesn't indicate that, because the quote on this card says chat says she fell in the toilet. So it's probably it's like many of the other cards in this game, it's an in-joke. So since I don't watch Eden, I'm not familiar as to what that in-joke is alluding to. But yeah, I don't think it's intended to be a Skibidi toilet reference outside of the art. Hey, so the next card we have in the pack is... Oh, okay. We have a Vispa themed card. Tomboy Abs. 6 bits. Red. Poggers content card. While you are the first player, this card gains plus 10. So it's a 6 bits for 19 influence. But it only gives you 19 influence about 50% of the time when you are the first player to go in a round. Right, so half the time, it's going to be 6 bits for 9 influence, which is still good, but 6 bits for 19 is crazy. Because a card like Halloween Special, for example, it costs 8, but it only gives 14. This is insane. 2 bits cheaper, and what? 5 bits additional if the condition is met. So yeah, if you just want to drop bombs, this is probably one of the cards that you really want in your deck. Is that a mink eye art? Sorry, let me just check. Do they have the artist on here? I'm not sure, actually. I'm not sure. I have a hand tremor in my right hand. Only occurs when I'm using it. Little annoying, but my doc said only to worry if it increases. Ah, okay. Makes sense. Yeah, I'm hoping it's not like early onset Parkinson's or anything like that, because that would be a little awkward, to say the least. But yeah, Tomboy streamer Burbo, if that is indeed your thing. So, next card we have in the pack is Chat Control. Okay, a premium content card. So again, another chance to show off that new mechanic that they've added in this set. Purple Poggers content card, costs 2 bits, has 3 influence, and it says. Flip condition is that an opponent is dominating this platform. When flipped, you get to delete 1 opposing content card on this platform. And it says, when flipped, it doesn't actually have a condition. So long as your opponent is dominating the platform and it flips over because of that, you get to delete any content card of the platform. this is really strong because it's Poggers, and it's not a Camille exclusive, which means that Michiru is going to have access to this card. I expect that pretty much every Michiru deck is going to want to run this, because essentially it lays a trap for your opponent. You can play it face down, leave it as the only content card on the platform, and then if your opponent plays more content cards there, you just choose to delete anything of your choice. Which again, in terms of unconditional removal, well, technically it is conditional in the sense that you have to flip this over first. But in terms of choosing what you get to remove, or the conditions that are imposed upon your choice, this is about as free as it gets. So I'm assuming that Michiru players are going to be very excited for this card. Oh, Mike Laura, thank you for the 10. I saw a vending machine selling Poke cards at work. I got 2 packages a week ago for the first time. It felt good. This is lighting an interest in me. How would you recommend starting this journey? Ooh, okay. So Oshi Push actually has starter decks that you can buy. Right now they have set 1 they have 2 starter decks per set. So set 1 had a starter deck for Pippa and a starter deck for Tenma. Now in set 2, they had a starter deck for, I believe, Joel, Porcelain Maid, and another starter deck for Line Chew. So if you want to learn how to play the game, it depends on if you have other people around you who also play Oshi Push. If you want to learn how to play the game, I recommend just you can get a starter deck, play it against a friend in real life if that is your thing. But if you don't have anyone around you physically who plays Oshi Push, if you join the Japanime Games Discord server, there's a very active group of people who use Tabletop Simulator to play the game. So on Tabletop Simulator, Hero is actually in chat. Hero made a Tabletop Simulator mod that has all of the cards that have been added into the game. At least all the ones for set 1 and a few of the ones that have been revealed for set 2. But he's put all of those cards onto one Tabletop Sim, so you can essentially build your own decks and then play against people for free. Right, so if you want to learn how to play the game and you have a friend who's willing to hop on Tabletop Simulator with you, that's one of the easiest ways that you can pick up the game from there. Because they have the Tabletop Sim also has the starter decks on it, so you can just try out the starter decks for free against a friend. You know, two decks that are, in my opinion, the way that they've been built, pre-built, the power levels are pretty comparable with one another, so you're not going to have too much of a disadvantage or too much of an advantage if you choose one persona over the other. So yeah, I highly recommend picking it up that way if you want to start your journey. But yeah, I'm so very lonely. It's okay. There's a lot of people on the Japanime Games server that would jump at the chance to teach someone how to play the game. And, you know, hop on Tabletop Simulator, go a few rounds using the starter decks that are there. So yeah, I highly recommend joining the Japanime Games Discord server as a way to start. So yeah. If you don't have anyone around you that physically plays this, because I mean, none of my very few of my IRL friends even know what VTubing is, and even fewer are going to have sufficient TCG autism to want to pick up a VTuber themed TCG. So I picked up the game pretty much exclusively through tabletop, and I was first taught by Cara Malone, and then Mollington sort of really hammered home the addiction. And now he and I have weekly sessions every Sunday. But yeah, no, I highly recommend using Tabletop Simulator as a way of picking it up without having to pay any money, just to try to see if it's your thing. So yeah, I am. Oh, is in your? Are you part of the Japanime Games Discord server already? A lot of people willing to hop. Oh, okay. So yeah, there's also a lot of. Sorry, give me a second. The Discord server has a lot of people from different time zones, so there will almost certainly be someone from your time zone who's willing to teach you the game. So yeah, I highly recommend getting started that way. Next card in this pack is... Oh, okay. Community art. A green creative content card that costs 1, has 3 influence, and states, at the start of a clash at this platform, if you have a face-up premium content card on this platform, gain 1 bit. Okay, so if you play this on the same platform as a premium card, you basically, it pays for itself, pretty much the first clash that you have at the same platform. But beyond that, it's basically a way of continuously generating bits if you play it on the same platform as a premium content card that you have. That's pretty cool. It's sort of a kickback-esque effect, where you don't have to actually lose a clash over a platform in order to gain some bits back. So I'll probably end up playing with the Chinese since I work overnights. Ah, okay. That makes sense. There are almost certainly going to be people who are awake at that point in time on the server. So don't hesitate to join and then ask someone to, ask if there's anyone around to hop into a few tabletop simulator sessions with you. They also have weekly tournaments over there. So you can sign up, bring a deck that you've made, and then pilot it against other people who are piloting their own decks to see how well it competes in an actual tournament-style environment. So that's pretty cool as well. So yeah, you got a lot of chances to actually play the game over there, which is part of the reason why I like this game so much. Okay, so the next card in this pack is... Oh, okay, another cameo card. This time for VTuber Senpai. So this time, green creative card, 4 bits. Buffs up your influence by 3, and it states, while you have fewer content cards on this platform than an opponent, your persona gains +3. So sort of like reverse domination, right? So if your opponent's dominating the platform, it gives you a little bit of a compensatory influence buff. Roses are roses are red, my balls are blue. I don't get feet, so your hands will do. What a poet. Truly a Shakespeare of our time. Thank you for the 5, Billy. There have been things that you have said that have caused that are perhaps cause for execution before, but I think this is one of the more flowery examples. So I applaud you for that. Okay, so the next card in this pack is... Oh, okay, another cameo card. All right, we're actually getting all the cameos. Oh. Okay, so this time, Red Experience cameo card, 3 bits, buffs your influence by 2, and states, this card gains +2 influence for each opposing token on this platform. Okay, now that's quite interesting, because if your opponent... Well, actually, this depends on what kind of platforms you've put into your deck. So if you've put platforms that are, that only take, 2 tokens or 3 tokens in order to take over, this is probably not going to be that good, because it gives you, maximum +6 influence on your persona for 3 bits, which is, it's all right. There's nothing, it's nothing excessive. But if you are playing platforms that are 4 tokens in order to capture, then this becomes significantly better, because now it's maximum of 3 bits for +8 influence attached to your persona, which again, pretty good. And it's red and experience, which means that Uruka and Pippa can use this, as well as Tenma and Lineshu as well. So pretty cool. Hey, so the next card in the pack is... Oh, okay. Wisdom of the Day, another premium content card, this time red and poggers, 3 influence by default. Flip condition. An opponent played 1 or more content cards on this platform this round. When flipped, you may play a content card with 2 bits or less on this platform for free. Okay, that's pretty cool. So basically, the moment you set this down, right? And then the moment your opponent plays another content card, you get to play an additional 2-bit or less content card from your hand for free onto the same platform. Okay, it really helps with the whole, domination/swarming type game plan that we described earlier, that Poggers personas often want, and red personas will often want as well. Okay. Yeah, I'm hoping that we end up getting well, I mean, we still have 45 packs left, so surely in that time we're gonna be getting at least 1 Becker getting, right? Surely. All right, next card in this pack. Ooh, I like the art for this. Friendship Tax. Red Poggers content card that costs 9, has 23 influence, and states, activate. If you have a face-up premium content card on this platform, gain 1 token on your persona's platform. Okay, that's crazy premium content synergy. The ability to just gain 1 token on an activate ability is crazy. Okay, admittedly, it does cost 9, so this is probably like a kind of, you need to save up a good deal of bits in order to play this. But that is huge. Uruka can play this. Uruka can play this card because it's red. So And Uruka is probably the best persona at cheating out or ramping up to big content cards before your opponent's ready to deal with them. So I fully expect that at least a few Uruka decks are going to consider slotting this in there. Okay. Next card in this pack is Children's Game. I actually don't think we've gotten a duplicate yet, which is pretty impressive considering we've been opening up 3 packs up until now. So, Purple Poggers content card, costs 8 bits, has 15 influence, and says, when an opponent gains a token on a platform, gain 1 token at this platform. That's crazy. Okay, we're getting a whole lot more token manipulation effects in this set than we had in set 1. That's insane. So you can essentially put this on one of your platforms, right? Especially one of your platforms that are that cost more tokens in order to capture, like a 4 token or a 3 token. And you can just let it sit there, because every time your opponent wins a clash on another platform, you'll just gain progress on the platform that this is sitting on. Damn, okay, that's a really strong effect. Purple and Poggers. So Michiru, Iori, Nasa, Leah all have access to this card. So, this is very interesting, especially when you combine it with other effects that allow you to move your opponent's tokens from one platform to another. Okay. Oh, wait, that's insane actually, because I wonder if this synergizes. So there's another action card in this game that is purple, costs 3 bits, called Controlling the Narrative, where once you play it, you get to take one of your opponent's tokens from one of their platforms and move it to another platform. I wonder if that counts as that other platform gaining a token, so to speak, and whether that would contribute towards Children's Game. Because if so, that is a very, very interesting bit of synergy. Because usually controlling the narrative would only allow you to delay your opponents capturing a platform. But this, if it does synergize in the way that I think it does, that would essentially allow you to progress your own game plan as well as delaying your opponent's progress towards your own win condition rather than just delaying an opponent's. So I'm very curious to see if that interaction works the way that I think it does. So next card we have is... Oh, okay, Vine Boom. Next card is Vine Boom. A purple Zatsudan content card, costs 5 bits, has 7 influence, and states, Clash Reward, delete all content cards on this platform with 6 influence or less. So it's basically a kind of delayed board wipe, which is pretty cool. But, well, it does require you to actually win a clash in order to trigger it. But it can be pretty devastating if, for example, your opponent is running a weenie deck, and then it can basically, the threat of this triggering can basically disincentivize or deter your opponent from trying to overly invest their board presence on that platform if they're running a weenie deck. Vispa is Poggers, right? Oh yeah, no, Vispa as well. Yeah, Vispa's Poggers. Vispa as well. Okay. The next card... Oh, wait, actually, yeah, that's the end of the pack. Okay. All right. I'm very curious to see how this interacts with controlling the narrative, because I want to know if that actually counts as your opponent gaining a token on one of their platforms, whichever platform you choose to move the token to. All right. 4th pack. Okay. Hold on. Let me just make sure I open this properly with the scissors. Ooh, it feels so unnatural using scissors to open card packs. Oh, I'm not going to lie, because I'm so used to just ripping them open with my bare hands. Okay, let me open this up. So far, I don't think we've gotten an Arca yet, but we'll see. Okay, so first card of 4th pack. Daisy. Creative purple cameo card, 7 bits, adds 2 bits per turn and 3 influence to your persona, with the discard effect of move your persona to this platform, use only during a clash. So basically this is another sort of static stat buff to your persona, as well as another card that purple persona purple personas have access to without having to get a completely unusable upgrade card from another purple persona to slot into their deck. So that's pretty cool. Second card, Pengu. Green experience cameo card that buffs all of your stats, buffs bits generated per turn and influenced by 1, and it has the discard effect of gain 1 bit. Pretty vanilla effect, but I can see this being useful in decks that just want an extra card that they can either use to buff up their persona stats or just toss away in order to ramp up 1 bit. Next card. Oh, okay. Parasocial Sunday. Red Pogger's content card costs 1 bit, has 4 influence, and says when you flip a premium content card face up, this card gains +3 influence this round. So if you're actually able to flip a premium content card, so it's feasible that this would potentially be a 1 bit for 7 influence content card, which is insane in terms of bit to influence ratio. But again, it requires you to actually flip over a premium content card. I could see this being a really strong effect, though, depending on how well you've built around it and whether your opponent ends up accidentally tripping off your premium content flip conditions. Next card. Oh, there we go. Okay, there we go. So this was one of the cards that was revealed prior to me receiving these boxes. So initially, after set 2 was announced. Yeah, Gamer Gene. Red Pogger's content card costs 2, has 10 influence, and has the flip condition of if your opponent has a content card with 4 bits or more on this platform. So, pretty strong ratio. 2 for 10 is probably the strongest that we have. Well, actually, 1 to 7 is technically a higher bit cost to influence ratio, but it's but when it comes to Parasocial Sunday, it's not always a 7 influence. Whereas this, so long as you're able to flip it, is permanently a 10 influence. Again, I think that this is, if your opponent does end up playing a 4 or larger content card on the same platform as this, they are going to be in for a very nasty surprise, because it instantly shoots up from being a 2-bit 3 influence to being a 2-bit 10 influence. So yeah, no, very strong card if you can satisfy the flip condition. Next card. Okay. Lonely MILF looking for comfort. Green experience action card costs 1 bit and states your persona gains +2 influence this round. Look at the top card of your deck. You may play it, paying its bit cost as usual. Now, I actually think that this could be alright in a Tenma deck, because it's a small buff that basically allows you to expand your hand size by 1, or pseudo expand your hand size by 1 if you have excess bits, by allowing you to play a card off the top of your deck. However, that being said, Tenma does tend to want cards in hand, not just cards on top of the deck. So maybe in that regard, it's not the best inclusion to a Tenma deck. So yeah, I'll keep an eye on this, because maybe there's some use case for it in Tenma decks, but for the most part, I think that there are better options for Tenma than this. Okay, next card in the pack. Blockheads. Still, I don't think we've gotten a repeat yet. Okay. So, Green Pogger's cameo card, 3 bits, buffs your bits generated per turn by 1, and says, when played, each opponent discards 1 card from their hand. Okay, I like this. This I could see slotting into a Tenma deck that's based around making your opponent discard stuff, so... Oh, interesting. I might put it aside then. Okay. Discard as an archetype hasn't really been that supported in set 1, so I'm excited to see how much support it gets in set 2, because, you know how people who've watched my first few streams on Oshi Push will know. I like decks that are able to essentially strip your opponent of resources and make it so that they only play with your permission for the rest of the game, pretty much. And Discard very much ticks that box for me. In any case, next card in the pack. It's called Minkai. Purple Zartodon cameo card, costs 5 bits, buffs your influence by 4, and says, when played, you may move your persona to another platform. So this is basically a way of helping you move personas between platforms during the content phase, which is not something that usually happens. I think the only other card that can do that at the moment is, well, the actual move effect is exclusive to one particular persona, which is Pippa, right? So yeah, there's only one other card in the game that has this similar effect right now, and this is an addition that, if you are running a purple or a Pogus persona, it's probably something that I could easily see a lot of them abusing. Okay, so next card in the pack is... Oh, okay, another one that we got revealed. Burger Cooking Stream. Red Experience content card, costs 2 bits, has indeterminate influence, and the effect states... this card's influence count is equal to your personas. This is a Vispa exclusive. And, well, basically, for those who haven't seen already, Arvi's persona effect is that her influence is determined by whatever the top card on her deck's bit cost is. So this basically duplicates that for the cost of just 2 bits. Next card. Oh, okay, this is yet another reveal card. 38 plus husbands. Line Chew exclusive. Purple Zartodon content card. 3 bits, 5 influence. When played, you may flip a face-up premium content card face down instead. So this basically allows you to refresh your premium content card's flip effects, which, again, pretty crazy depending on what the effects are, right? This is actually, this is a pretty rare card as well, so... If I do end up building a Line Chew deck, this is for sure getting, this is a 3 of, automatically. Okay, so next card in this pack. Oh, okay. A foil Line Chew upgrade card. So, well, actually, I don't know if it's foil. I don't know if all of the tier 2 upgrade cards look like this. You actually pull them, because this is my first time handling a few of them. Straight out of the pack. But yeah, Line Chew tier 2 upgrade. Red experience. Red and experience. I think this is a printing error. I think this should be purple instead. Yeah, I think this is we have a bugged card, so to speak. Yeah, this should be purple. So yeah, it should be a purple experience upgrade card, 7 bits, 6 influence, 6 bits per turn. While you have a face-up premium content card, Line Chew gains +4. Your premium content cards can't be deleted by opposing effects. So now it's gotten rid of the stipulation of, only premium. Previously, the Line Chew tier 1 upgrade only stated that they can't be deleted if they're on the same platform as Line Chew. Now, when you upgrade it to tier 2, it can't be deleted regardless of which platform it's on. And this card effect, as per usual, you move your persona from one platform to another. I'm going to be sleeving this immediately because it is a flawed card, so I expect that this is hopefully it adds to the value, but it's I got a shiny misprint collectible, exactly. So I'm going to need to sleeve this immediately, pretty much. Okay, there we go. All right, so that's Act 3 done. Okay, now Act 4. Oh. Okay, I'll see if I end up running out of patience before halfway through this stream, where I just choose fuck it and to just use my hands instead by taking off the gloves. All right. Let's take these out. Oh, okay. Okay, so this time, first card of the pack is actually a platform card, one of the new platform cards that they're adding into the set. So this one is called Scuff Pod and has 3 tokens in order to capture it. It gives you 400,000 subscribers when you capture it. And the Clash reward is... it's the counterpart to Yapper's, where, Yapper's Clash reward is you gain a bit. This is the opposite. Clash reward is making your opponent lose a bit. This is for sure getting put into one of my Tenma decks. Like, there is no way I don't use this in a Tenma deck. Okay. Oh, yet again, another platform card from set 2. YouTube. See what you did there. An independent content card, independent platform card that costs 3 tokens in order to take over and has 500k subscribers attached to it. Then we have... Okay. I see. Okay, I think I see what Nick was talking about. All right, so next one is a purple Poggers content card, 3 bits for influence, that states, when played, if your opponent has more tokens than you on this platform, gain 1 token on this platform. Pretty strong effect when you consider that purple also has the tools to move your opponent's tokens from one platform to another. So you can essentially use this, catch up to your opponent, and then start delaying their win con by deducting tokens from them. Pretty strong effect. Okay. Next card is Knock Knock. Purple Poggers content card, 5 bits, 8 influence. When played, you may move one of your content cards to this platform. So it's basically my time put into the form of a content card, which is pretty cool. Next card. Oh, okay. Camille upgrade card, so a second copy of the Camille upgrade card. When played, you may delete 1 opposing content card on this platform with 2 or less, so tier 1 upgrade. Then add reverb. Okay, second copy of add reverb. Second copy of no prep, no problem. Okay. Pretty cool. Oh, there we go. Now we have another new card. Horror game stream. Another owl rarity card. Green experience content card, costs 8, has 18 influence, and says if this card would be deleted, return this card to the top of its owner's deck instead. So basically, you're going to get it back to... You're going to be able to draw it at the beginning of the next turn if it would be deleted. Yet another card that rewards you for bouncing it, rewards your opponent for removing it via bounce rather than via deleting it. So it is experience, which means that Tenma can play this. And I do think this is quite interesting because it is difficult to remove, permanently at least. The 8-bit cost is a little steep if you want to try replaying it multiple times, but I could see this working. I'll leave it on this pile for now, but I'll end up looking at it after the stream, most likely, see if I can cook up anything. Right, next card is Little Sister Energy. Green experience content card, 10 bits, 25 influence, that states, when played, each player shuffles their hand and trash into their deck, then each player draws 5 cards. So this is basically, you gain a massive amount of influence on one platform, and you essentially reset the game by bringing your opponent and yourself back to no cards in trash and 5 cards in hand. That's pretty interesting. Bouncing. You say that. But unironically, I'm thinking of revisiting the Tenma Balls deck initial premise, which was bouncing your opponent's cards as a form of removal instead of just deleting them. Okay. So this is definitely a card that I could see being put into a Tenma deck at some point. Although, maybe this needs a little bit more time to cook. Because I need to think of an archetype that this would fit into. Maybe some sort of control variant. Actually, yeah, I'll leave it over there. All right, the next card is yet another new platform card. Garden of Euclay's Castle. So this is an Eden exclusive, I think. Yeah, Eden's deck only. And it has 3 tokens in order to capture it, with the condition of while you are dominating this platform, your persona gains +5 influence. Pretty straightforward. And it's an effect that a lot of weenie decks are going to want to leverage. Michiru comes to mind in addition to Eden herself. Okay. Then, second copy of YouTube. Oh, actually, no, this is the beginning of the pack. Okay, there we go. Okay, so that's the 4th pack done. 5th pack now. Okay. All right. I need to... Okay. I am very close to just saying fuck it,
because the whole using scissors thing is not really, it doesn't feel great. It doesn't. So I'm paranoid about accidentally cutting into the cards themselves. Okay, there we go. Right, Act 5. Okay, and we're starting off with a card that we haven't seen yet. Marketable Plushie. I think this was one of the reveal cards, actually. Green creative content card, 2 bits, 4 influence. Flip condition. Your opponent has 2 or more tokens on this platform. When flipped, gain 4 bits. So this actually nets you 2 bits. It ramps you quicker, which is quite fascinating. Okay, interesting. So yeah, this is a nice way of essentially trading dominance over a progress towards capturing a platform in return for more bits. So there are quite a few, I imagine that there are quite a few green personas or creative personas that might want to leverage something like this. I think Leah could do with it because she's a persona that is quite starved of ramp. Same thing with Uruka, actually, because she is a persona that specializes in ramp. But I could see maybe Tenma finding a use case for this as well. So I might end up putting it in the prospective pile. Right, another thing with the 2. Order confirmed. Thanks for the link, boss. Thank you for using my affiliate link and giving me an excuse to point out that, yeah, if you guys are thinking about buying any Oshi products, please use my affiliate link that is in the description. That way you get to fuel both of our addictions at once. So, yeah. Okay, so the next card. Exposure Therapy. Green creative content card, 3 bits, 7 influence, that states, when played, discard the top card of any player's deck. So this is basically a form of pseudo-mill, to be honest. I find this to be quite fascinating, because Tenma has access to effects that can bounce this back to hand or retrieve this from the trash. So maybe between discarding from the hand and discarding from the deck, maybe something like this could be pretty, it could be the beginnings of a game plan in that vein. Okay, I'll put this, yeah, again, cool perspective card. Okay, next card is Queen Status. Red experience content card, costs 1 bit, 4 influence, and states, when played, if your opponent's persona is on this platform, this card gains +3 influence this round. Yet another 1 bit, potentially 7 influence card. So pretty good in the early game. Billy, you're going to like this one. Show Feet is the next card in this pack. Red experience content card, 2 bits, 6 influence, that has a flip condition of if you flipped another content card this round. So basically, if you flip another premium content card, this gets flipped as well. And the flip effect is when flipped, your persona gains +5 this round. Pretty straightforward. Although I am curious to see if this turns out to be a more sort of, win more type effect, right? Where you need to flip another premium content card before this kicks in as well. But I imagine that in decks that are built around premium content cards, flipping this should be no problem, because it fits so well with your existing game strategy already. Okay, the next card in this pack is Pro Gamer. A purple Poggers content card, 4 bits, 6 influence, that states, your other content cards on this platform can't be deleted by opposing effects. Yet another protection style effect that makes it so that bouncing cards is more efficient than deleting them outright. Because of cards like this, I can very much see bouncing becoming a dominant removal strategy after this point. So Tenma Balls is very much down. I'm very much down to revisit Tenma Balls as a strategy now. Okay. Next card was, I think it's already been revealed, but Child Support. Green Poggers content card, 2 bits, 4 influence. Flip condition. If an opponent has more cards in their hand than you, when flipped, each opponent discards 2 cards from their hand. Now this is for sure going into the Tenma prospective card pile, because if there is going to be a Tenma discard deck, this is for sure getting put in there. Next one, Bathing Suit Outfit.
Red Zatsudan content card, 4 bits, 5 influence. When you win a clash at another platform, you may gain the token on this platform instead. This basically allows you to redirect wins from other platforms to this platform. To whichever platform this has been played on. This synergizes really well with cards like, for example, Depressed Single Divorced Fathers or Gorilla Stream that allow you to play content cards on any platform, or allow you to move content cards to different platforms and essentially channel those into additional tokens for the platform your persona started the round on instead. That's pretty cool. Next card is... oh, geez. Mandatory Ball Crushing. Purple Zatsudan content card, 8 bits, 17 influence. When you flip a premium content card on this platform, when you flip a premium content card face up on this platform, you may exhaust this. If you do, delete one opposing content card. I imagine exhausting is an effect that can only be used once every round. So... oh, wait, no, sorry. If I remember correctly, based on what Nick told me during the interview, exhaust is one-time effect, if I remember right. So, yeah. You basically have the chance to delete one content card on the same platform if you flip over a premium content card on any platform. So it's a pretty strong effect if you choose to build around it. But, a lot of purple personas, a lot of Zatsudan personas are going to want this kind of effect in their decks. Okay. Next card in the pack. Who are you? Spider-Man pointing meme. Green Zatsudan content card, 9 bits, 15 influence, that states, when played, you may play one content card that costs 6 or less to another platform for free. Okay, this is really strong. Because you basically get to play up to 15 bits worth of content cards in the same round. And you get to spread them across 2 different platforms. This is insane as a payoff. If you're playing a deck that's a Zatsudan or green deck that specializes in dropping big content cards. So I'm going to be putting this. Well, actually, I'll leave it in this pile for now, but I'll probably end up revisiting it at some. Next card, PowerPoint presentation, one of my favorites. Green creative content card, 2 bits, 4 influence, that states, flip condition, your opponent played an action card this clash. When you flip it over, you may play an action card from your trash, reducing its cost by 3. Then you may put it on the bottom of your deck. So this basically allows you to repeatedly use your action cards from your trash. And yet again, this is a kind of effect that I think Enma would very much want as well. Okay, still no Beko Gettings. But again, we've only opened 5 packs out of 48, so there's still plenty of time. All right. Okay. Sorry, give me a second. Fuck it, at this point. Okay. For the sake of immersion, I put these on, but genuinely, it feels way too cumbersome and awkward with the gloves on. So I am going to be removing them and going raw on the cards. Okay, well actually, hold on. Now I'm not sure, because on one hand, using my actual fingers would be easier, but on the other hand, I also want to make sure that if there are any, if I do end up opening any bangers, I don't touch them with my fingies. So I'll keep them on for just a little bit longer and see if my patience wears even thinner than it is right now. But in any case, Right, on to pack 6. First card of the pack, Kiss, Marry, Kill. Purple Pogger's content card that costs 6 bits, 8 influence, that states when played, your opponent chooses one of their content cards on the platform before you delete it. Basically asking your opponent to sack one of the content cards that they have on the platform. Next card. Rampant Narcissism. Green Pogger's content card, cost 1, has 3 influence. That states, when played, you may play another 1 cost content card on this platform for free. So if you are wanting to swarm different platforms, if you want to swarm the same platform you play this on, and you have a bunch of small cards in your hand, this could potentially be pretty strong early game card. This allows you to gain a lot of influence really quickly on the same round. Next card in the pack, Trash Talk. Green Pogger's content card, 3 bits, 6 influence. While clashing at this platform, action cards cost your opponents 2 more to play. So it's an interesting gating effect that is the counterpart to Math Stream, I suppose, which makes it more expensive to play content cards on the same platform for your opponents. So something like this, yeah, again, I could see this very much being part of a Tenma deck that's specialized around taxing your opponent on their bits. Okay, next card in the pack, Retro Games. Green Pogger's content card, 4 bits, 6 influence. When played, play a content card that costs 2 bits or less on this platform for free. Yet another dump your hand style effect. Very strong in the early game, dubious in the mid to late game, I suppose, depending on how much card draw you have. And since Joel has quite a bit of card draw, I think this synergizes pretty well with his effects. Another copy of Lonely MILF Looking for Comfort. Then another copy of Blockheads, funnily enough, which I will be putting over there. Another copy of Minkai. And another new platform card. BB Nightingale. This is a Captain Camille exclusive. 3 tokens in order to capture it, with the stated effect of when an opposing content card leaves this platform, gain 1 bit. So basically rewards you from removing your opponent's content cards from the board. Oh, yet another new exclusive platform. What's this called? Porcelain Parlor. 3 tokens in order to capture it. It's a Joel exclusive, and it states, the first time that you play a content card on this platform, move it to another platform. So, pretty convenient effect if you have multiple content cards you want to play. Oh shit! Okay, we finally managed to pull a full art Persona card. Okay. We've now pulled full art Captain Camille Persona. So her effect is, 3 bits, 3 influence. While you are dominating one or more platforms, Camille gains +2 influence. Alright, I'm sleeving this one immediately. Okay, yet another pretty cool chase card. Still no Becco Gettings. Okay, and we're about an 1/8 of the way through the 2 boxes that I've been given. Right, pack number 7. Let's see it. Becco Getting, please. All I want are 3 Becco Gettings. Just 3 Becco Gettings. There is just opening cup. There. Alright. Okay. Okay. So, first card of this pack. Boy Failure. Red experience content card that costs 3, has 10 influence, but says, when played, you may return one of your content cards from this platform to its owner's hand. Otherwise, delete this card. 3 bits for 10 influence is really, really good. But additionally, you also get the chance to use what would otherwise... So usually it's supposed to be a gated effect, right? The aim of this is to make it so that the card costs at least 4. Because, you know, the cheapest other content card that you can play on the same platform would probably cost 1. And then when you play it, unless you return something else that you control on the platform to your hand, you have to delete this content card immediately. However, what you can also use this for is as a way of bouncing your existing content cards back to your hand so that you can recycle their when played effect. And there's one particular card that comes to mind in terms of synergies, or something that Tenma has access to that would really, really want that kind of effect, which is one of the most broken content cards, one of the most subtly broken content cards that we have in set 1, which is Encore Performance. 2 bits, green creative content card, 4 influence. The influence doesn't really matter because all that matters is the text, which says, when played, you may return 1 content card back to your hand. That's 1 content card regardless of... 1 content card regardless of... Sorry, not 1 content card. 1 card regardless of what kind of card it is. So that synergy is really, really strong in terms of getting to reuse that effect. So I can for sure see this card slotting into a Tenma deck. Right. Next card in this pack is Good Boy. Red experience content card, 5 bits, 10 influence. While you have 5 or more cards in your hand, this card gains +5 influence. This is yet another card that would probably synergize really well with Tenma's game plan, because Tenma ideally tries to keep as many cards in hand as possible. So this combined with the other Tenma, red Tenma content card that says, I think it's cabbage. I think cabbage eating ASMR or something along those lines. But yeah, no, Tenma now has access to 2 cards that are both 5 bits to play, but become stronger if she has 5 or more cards in hand. So that's pretty interesting game plan. That's getting more support, which I like. Okay. Next, So Baby. Red experience content card, 5 bits, 9 influence. And it states, this card can be played during the platform phase. You must play it on your Persona's platform, though. So, yeah, again, another way of surprising your opponent with an additional content card on the platform mid-clash, which is pretty fun. I could see this maybe slotting into... Yeah, I think we can slot this. We can find a place for this in a Tenma deck. Okay, we have a vanilla card now. Red experience content card, Meow. That is 7 bits, no effects, 18 influence. Pretty strong vanilla effect. I like it. 7 for 18 is a really good ratio. But at the cost of, well, obviously the cost is no additional text, but I think that there are definitely going to be decks that would want to run something like this. Next card in this pack, Against TOS. Purple Zatsudan content card, 2 bits, 6 influence. Flip condition. You have less subscribers than an opponent. When flipped, your opponents can't play content cards on this platform this round. That's a really strong floodgate type effect. Basically protects your win cons for 1 turn. Or it basically allows you, so long as you're going first, it allows you to essentially guarantee the clash victory that round. It's a really strong effect. I can see why Line Shoe's ability to flip premium cards face down again so that you can trigger this effect over and over. I can see why you would want to do that. Why that's really strong here. Okay. Next card, Wardrobe Malfunction. Green Zatsudan content card, 2 bits, 5 influence, so that's a pretty good ratio actually. Flip condition. You have more influence than an opponent on this platform. When flipped, if this was flipped during a clash at this platform, your opponents can't play action cards this clash. So this is sort of like a like a budget chew on cables, but more conditional and in green, which is a pretty strong gating effect, to be honest. So yeah, I kind of like this. I kind of like this. Yet again, it's another type of deterrent slash floodgate style effect that can protect your victory over a single platform during a round. So I could easily see that fitting into a Tenma control style deck. Okay. Next content card. Next card is a content card. Creative, purple, called Brain Rot. 5 bits, 8 influence. Each player may only play one content card per round on this platform. Okay, so this is kind of similar to Craft Show, which is already a card that exists that's also purple and states that each player can only play one content card every round. But this is a cheaper version at the cost of only restricting what your opponent can do on the same platform as this is on. However, I could very much see a persona like Uruka wanting to use a card like this in their decks as well. Alright. And next card. Press Conference. Green creative content card, 9 bits, 22 influence, that's quite a few. You may play this card from your trash. If this card would be deleted, put it on the bottom of your deck instead. Interesting, interesting. So this is yet another card that synergizes with Raylus's sort of self-mill effect, where you can use your trash as an extension of your hand, because you could just play this from your trash. It's the same thing as if you drew it manually instead. Then, okay, bonus 3 inches. Red Zatsudan action card plus porcelain made exclusive, 5 bits. Play only during a clash. If you have at least one content card on every platform, you win this clash. So it basically bypasses the whole influence measuring part of the clashing process and allows you to win a clash by just dominating another platform, having a card on every platform. So it rewards a going wide strategy, which is pretty cool. Oh shit! Okay, we got another full art persona card in Raylus. Well, actually, I guess, well, are all persona cards full art? Hold on, let me just check. But yeah, no, we got another persona card in Raylus, foiled as well. So Raylus is green, creative, flash reward. You may discard a card. Sorry, you may discard the top 2 cards from your deck. 3 bits for influence. Just leave that immediately. So yeah, that's pack 7 done. All right. Okay. Pack 8. We're at 8 out of 48. It's, how long has it been? It's been like 2 hours or something. Holy. All right. Sorry, bear with me while I through this. So shiny. That's, yeah, it is really reflective. Well, I held it up to the camera directly like this instead of angling it. All right. So, first card, Sigma Alpha Dominant, a green Poggers content card, 5 bits, 7 influence. This card costs 1 less to play for each content card you have in play. So again, if you already have stuff in play, this rewards you by making it easier to add to your advantage over a board state. Second card, NPC Carry. Green Poggers content card, 7 bits, 17 influence. Vanilla. I like that they're adding more vanilla content cards in every color and in each color and genre combination. Because again, there are going to be multiple decks that probably want something along this vein, I assume, going into the future. Right. Next card, Love the Nub. Red Zatsudan content card, 3 bits, 7 influence. While you have a face-up premium card on this platform, this card gains +3. Influence, yet another premium content synergy card that kind of is designed to be strong in the early to mid game, I assume. Custody Battle. Red Zatsudan content card, 3 bits, 5 influence. Activate. Choose one content card on an adjacent platform to gain +3 this round. Huh, interesting. Okay, so yeah, another card that's supposed to synergize with a go wide strategy where you try to spread out across different platforms and have content cards on as many as possible. I could easily see multiple Pippa decks running this because it's a Zatsudan card and because it rewards you having content cards on adjacent platforms as well. Okay, second copy of VTuber Senpai. Another copy of Captain Chia. Another copy of Wisdom of the Day. Oh, okay. Another new platform card. This time called Infinite Library. 400,000 subscribers, 3 tokens required to capture, with the effect of when this platform is captured, discard the top 4 cards of each player's deck. Now, this is an interesting one. Oh, wait, sorry. This is a Rayless exclusive. That's really cool because it basically functions as a kind of ticking time bomb where your opponent is going to be heavily discouraged from wanting to capture this platform because presumably they want the cards from the top of their deck to go into their hand. Whereas you, while you're playing Rayless, you don't really mind your cards going into the trash directly from your deck. So I like the design of this. It's very cool. Oh, okay. Another exclusive new platform card. The Wasp Bunker. 400,000 subscribers, 3 tokens to capture. Stating at the start of each clash on this platform, each player looks at the top card of their deck and they may discard it. It basically gives you a way of filtering the top card of your deck, which is pretty cool. It is a symmetrical effect that, when you compare, for example, the effect of Rayless's exclusive platform versus Arvy's exclusive platform. This is something that most opponents are going to hate, whereas this is something that most opponents are not going to mind. So I do find it interesting to see which platforms have more symmetrically beneficial, I suppose, more symmetrically beneficial effects compared to which ones don't. And then next card you have... Oh, okay. You have another upgrade card. This time we have Joel's Tier 2 upgrade. Porcelain Maid. 8 bits, buffs you up to 6 bits per turn, 7 influence. Flash reward, draw 1 card for each platform where you have 1 or more content cards, and you don't have to discard anything. So you could potentially draw up to 3 cards off the Clash reward if you have 1 on each platform. That's pretty cool. And that's the end of the pack. I will be sleeving this as well. It is an upgrade card. Okay. Still no Becco Gettings. At this point, I'm getting a little worried. Okay, this should be what? 9? Yeah, I think this should be 9. Right. Oh, wait, no, not 9. Is it 9? I've lost count. All I know is that I have to keep opening packs until I get a Becco Getting. Alright. Alright. First card of the pack, another Good Boy. Then, another So Baby. Another Meow. Oh, okay. New card. It should have been me. Purple Experience content card. 1 bit, 3 influence. When played, exhaust 1 opposing content card or persona. Now, I do wonder what the exhaust... I can't quite remember if Nick told me what the exhaust mechanic was. Actually, Hero, do you know what the exhaust mechanic is? Because I don't know if I remember it correctly in terms of it being similar to Activate, or if it's something else. Sorry, give me a second. I'll have to ask after the stream is over, or maybe I should check in the Discord to see if there are any notes on what the exhaust mechanic. I'm also trying to figure it out. Ah, okay, I see. Check actually, maybe find some indication. Exhaust. See if anyone's typed a message. Ready or exhausted. Card is going to. I don't think we have a keyword definition yet. But, interesting. Okay. Maybe it does mean the activated effects can't be activated or something along those lines. But, yeah. Okay. Interesting. Haven't encountered it enough yet? Fair enough. Alright, but yeah. 1 bit to exhaust an opposing content card. I can see this being a fairly strong early game card, especially control-esque. So I'm gonna put this over here as well. Another copy of Brain Rot. Okay, another new card. Nail Painting. Purple creative content card, 6 bits, 11 influence. Your opponents can't play content cards on this platform that cost 2 bits or less. Okay, Reverse Gate, where you prevent your opponents from playing cheap content cards instead of expensive ones. Okay. Next card. Touch Grass. Purple creative content card, 7 bits, 11 influence. When played, each player chooses 1 content card on this platform. Delete all other cards on this platform. Okay, so basically, I could definitely see Uruka wanting to run this card, right? So, because it basically functions as an extra 3 copies of Bear With Me. That makes it so that each player only gets to keep 1 content card on a platform that it's played at. Keep in mind, maybe Nick uses dev talk and the final product changes in the linker. That's true, that's true. Okay. Another copy of Bug Burger Cooking Stream. Another copy of 38 Plus Husbands. Love the pixel art on that one. Same. Another copy of Friendship Tax. And yeah, that's the pack. Okay, so now we're starting to get more and more duplicates of the cards we've seen before. Again, still no Becker Genning. Okay. Next pack. This should be, I think this is 10. I think this is 10. Amberber. Amen, buddy. Amen. All right. Goodness. Okay. So, just these out. Okay. Starting off the new pack with a new action card. Aggressive Bite. Purple creative action card. Costs 1 bit. Play only during the clash. Choose an opposing content card on this platform to lose 5 influence this clash. Pretty straightforward debuff effect. Okay, next one. Oh, okay, this is a card that I for sure will be putting into my Tenma decks. Odd Pivot. Green creative action card, 2 bits. Discard any number of cards from your hand, then draw that many cards. Basically allows you to turn dead cards into your hand into more draw, which is really good. Yeah, this is definitely going into the Tenma deck pile. Oh, okay. Another new card. Take a Shot. Red experience action card, 2 bits. Play only during a clash. Choose 1 of your content cards to gain +6 influence this clash. If it's a face-up premium card, also draw 1 card. The more premium content synergy. Next card, Intended Flash. Red experience action card, 2 bits. Play only during a clash. Your persona gains +5 influence, an additional +1 for each card in your opponent's hand this clash. This is for sure going into the Tenma deck. All right. Oh, okay. This time, okay, we've gotten a Porcelain Maid upgrade card, 4 bits in order to. This is the tier 1 upgrade, I believe, which slightly buffs the Clash reward. You're saying draw 1 card for each platform where you have at least 1 content card, then discard 1 card. Sorry, discard that many cards minus 1. So this allows you to draw up to 2 cards instead of just 1 from your Clash reward. Okay. Then a Rayless upgrade card, tier 1 upgrade. When played, you may play 1 content card from your trash on a platform you have, reducing its cost by 3. Clash reward, you may discard the top 2 cards of your deck, and then it buffs his stats from being just 3, from being just, if I remember correctly, 3 influence, 4 influence, to being 6 instead. Oh, okay. We got an RV upgrade, 3 bits, in order to increase her bits generated per turn to 5, and also has the when played effect of being able to look at the top 3 cards. Yeah, top 3 cards of your deck, and then put them back in any order. Plot twist, 1 Beko each in each 72 packs. With my luck, maybe that just might be the case. Oh, okay, new card. Red Zatsudan cameo card. Beller Adsada. 3 bits. Doesn't actually buff your stats, but it adds the effect of when your persona gains +2 influence for each platform where you have 1 or more content cards. Basically, it rewards you yet again for having your content cards spread out across multiple platforms. This is an easy Pippa include for go wide strategy. Yet another cameo card. Red creative cameo card called Grubbies. Adds 1 bit per turn to your persona, 5 bits in order to play it. That states opposing content cards on this platform lose 3 influence. That's pretty huge, because the more content cards your opponents have on the other side of the platform, the stronger this effect becomes. Basically a mini dog food regret, actually. Oh, we did it! Okay, we finally pulled a Beko Genning. All right. So, okay, we can finally tick it off. We finally got a Beko Genning. It only took us what, like a third of the box before we finally got our first Beko Genning. Okay, only 2 more to go. I'm gonna sleeve this immediately. All right. There we are. Beko Genning, my beloved. All right. We actually have the card that we were chasing. Or at least one of them. All right. On to the next pack. That's gacha for you. See, that's it's all about delayed gratification and the uncertainty that comes along with whether you're actually going to get it or not. Now, the odds would have been insane on us not even pulling a single copy across a whole 48 packs. But you never know, and that's the beauty of it. All right. Need 4th for the master set. Maybe. All right. First card of the new pack. A new platform. Festive. Independent. 3 tokens in order to capture it. 400,000 subscribers. Pretty vanilla. A second copy of Scuff Pod. Second copy of YouTube. Oh, okay. This is new. Blotify. A platform that has 3 tokens in order to capture it with the Clash Award. You may discard the top card of any player's deck. So yeah, you could either use it to mill yourself, or you can use it to mill your opponent, which is pretty cool. I'm putting that in the Tenma aisle. Okay, another new card. Souls Like Notes. Green Pogger's action card, 2 bits. Draw cards until you have 3 cards in your hand. Pretty good for very, very good card for aggressive decks. This is a Michiru auto include, because if you have an empty hand after you play this, you basically get to pay 2 bits to draw 3, which is insane for decks that run a lot of cheap content cards that can easily dump their hand and run out of cards in hand. So yeah, Morlington is going to love this card being added into the game. Honestly, I might even include this in Tenma aggro decks, to be honest. Because it's an easy way of getting you very close to having 5 cards in hand again after you dump your hand early. Okay. Next card, Ash Blasting. Green Pogger's action card, 3 bits. Look at an opponent's hand and discard 1 card from it. This is a Tenma auto include because this is definitely going to be a strategy that I want to pursue in the discard. Targeted discard is insanely strong in any card game. And targeted discard in Oshi push, sign me the fuck up. Alright. Another new card, Sniffer. Red Zartodon action card, 2 bits. You may play content cards on any platform this round. So for the low cost of only 2 bits, you essentially get to break one of the fundamental rules of the game, which is you have to play content cards during the content phase on the same platform as your persona. That's pretty cool. Again, Zartodon, which means that Pippa is going to be able to use this. Pippa's going to be able to use this. Nasa's going to be able to use this. Red as well, so Udoka is going to be able to use this. A lot of different personas are going to really want an effect like this in their deck. Oh, Identity Theft. Okay. Red creative action card, 5 bits, play only during a clash. Give your persona clash reward, steal 1 token on this platform, this clash. I think Leah's really going to want this card. Udoka's also probably going to want this card as well, but in particular, this is a really strong effect for only 5 bits. Holy. Being able to give your opponent the ability to steal 1 token from your on the same platform, even if it's only a clash reward, that is really, really strong. Come to think of it, I think any persona that could use this card will probably at least consider putting it in, because Pippa would probably want something like that as well. Okay. Next card. Oh, okay, another copy of Hydraulic Press. Oh, okay. Another copy of Boy Mode, and then that's the end of the pack. Alright. Targeted discard being added into the game. Now I'm really excited to be playing Tenma into set 2. Alright. Next pack. This card's got really cute art. Okay, first card of the new pack. Fired. Purple experience content card. 2 bits, 4 influence. Flip condition. An opponent played 1 or more content cards on this platform this round. When flipped, return 1 opposing content card with 2 or less to its owner's hand. So basically, it's a way of allowing you to make sure that it's a way of giving you pretty good odds of being able to win a clash in the early game, I would assume, because if your opponent plays if you're going first and you drop this, then your opponent plays a content card, you basically get to bounce it back to their hand unless they played a 3 cost. So yeah, this is a Tenma auto include for sure. Okay. Oh, we get another vanilla content card. Wear Thigh Highs. Purple experience content card, 3 bits for 6 influence. Card. Date Night. Green experience content card, 2 bits, 5 influence. When played, draw 1 card, and then discard a card. Basically allows you to cycle. It's pretty neat. If you want to stock your trash with cards. Next card. Bottom Energy. Green experience content card. With activate, put one card from any player's trash onto the bottom of their deck. So, there are a number of ways that you can use this. You can use this in the late game to stop yourself from decking out. You can also use this to hopefully, have a chance at playing a card that's in your trash again. Or you can use this as a form of removal for your opponent's cards in their trash that they'd like to reuse or target. So, overall, pretty strong inclusion. Pretty strong tech card, to be honest. Alright. I really shouldn't have put my camera so far away from the edge of the desk because my arm's getting a little sore holding itself out constantly. Hold on, give me a second. Let me fiddle around with a few things. If I can get into a more comfortable position. Okay, there we go. Slightly better, slightly better. Okay, next card. Fashionista. Green creative content card. 7 bits, 13 influence. When played, content cards cost your opponents 3 more to play this round. I like this. If you're going first, this is a pretty strong taxing effect. However, it does cost 7 bits, so it's going to be something you need to save up for in the mid to late game. Drop it. And if you're not going first, it's exponentially worse because the effect is only 1 round. I could maybe see this being a one-of in a Tenma deck, but for the most part, I think that this is mostly its own thing. Okay, next card. Single Life. Purple experience content card. 2 bits, 4 influence. Flip condition. An opponent's persona on this platform. An opponent's persona is on this platform. When flipped, you get to remove... Oh shit, this is the card that Nick was talking about. You get to remove 1 opposing token from this platform. I suspect this is the entire reason why Lionshu has the ability to flip premium content cards face down again, because when you get to use this effect multiple times on the same platform, that is insane. Just punishing your opponent from even moving to the same platform. That is crazy. And the thing is, it's not a Lionshu exclusive, so you can run this card in a Tenma deck as well. I might end up putting it the prospective Tenma editions just to see. Okay. Oversized thighs. Purple experience content card, 4 bits, 6 influence. When played, move 1 opposing token from another platform to this platform. Another stalling measure that combos perfectly with Single Life, because you can move a token onto this platform and then potentially just remove it outright afterwards. It's pretty strong. Yeah, this is yet another card where I think Tenma has stronger things to do with her turn than just delaying your opponent's win by moving a token. But yeah, I think this is definitely a neat bit of synergy for Lionshu's deck. Next card, Hot Sauce Karaoke, another copy of it. Another copy of Bug Burger Cooking Stream. Another copy of 38 Plus Husbands. And that's the end of the pack. Alright, on to the next one. We're nearing, I think we're halfway through, Hold on, let me just do some quick maths. 6, 5. Okay, so we're just over halfway through this. This is our... What? This is our 19th pack, I believe? Well, no, not 19. It's 24. And this is 10. So this should be our 13th. Okay. Oh, okay. Starting off strong. We have an Eden Persona card. So she's red. She's red in poggers. 3 bits, 3 influence. Your content cards with 4 or less on this platform gain 1 influence each. Next card. Oh, okay. A Captain Camille Persona card. While you're dominating 1 or more platforms, Captain Camille gains +2. Porcelain Maid Persona card. Okay, we're actually getting all of them at the top of this deck. Okay, Rayless. Okay, this is definitely a promo pack. And, okay. How to be a femboy. Green Experience content card. 2 bits, 5 influence. Flip condition. An opponent has more subscribers than you. When flipped, play a content card on this platform, paying its cost. You may use this during the platform phase. This is basically a cheaper way than watch along of playing a content card during the clashing phase. I can see this having use cases in Tema, but it's not something that really excites me. Tax evasion. Green experience content card. 6 bits, 9 influence. When played, if you have a face-up premium content card, gain 3 bits. If this card would be deleted, return this card to its owner's hand instead. Actually a pretty strong effect, to be honest. Because the net cost of this is basically 3 bits for 9 influence, which is a really good ratio. And it also gets returned to your hand if it is deleted, so... Huh. Yeah, I could see this having a use case in a Tenma deck. Okay, another Eden Persona card, another copy of Friendship Tax, another copy of Children's Game, another copy of Vine Boom. That's back done. Okay, now we're down to the bottom half of the first box. Again, we still only have one copy of Beko Genning, so I'm hoping for at least 2 more. Right. I'll open up multiple packs at once to make this a bit faster. Because at this point, we're starting to get more and more duplicates. We've opened so many packs already. Okay. Another new card that we haven't seen before. No Survival Instinct. Green Zartodon content card. 6 bits, 13 influence. Vanilla. Oh, okay. Convenience store. This was one of the cards that we got in our reveal earlier on. Red Creative Content card. 2 bits, 5 influence. While this is the only content card on this platform, gain 3 influence. Yeah, this is probably a card that Uruka decks might want to include towards having only one content card per platform. Spray Streamer. Red Creative Content card. 2 bits, 5 influence. Flip condition. An opponent played a content card on this platform this round. When flipped, set an opposing content card's influence to 0. This has Leah written all over it because it allows you to essentially win a clash by a large margin. So by reducing your opponent's influence, that enables things like Feat a Holy Deep Dive in order to actually gain its clash reward effect. So this is yet another card that I think I'll be sending on to Necro after this stream. Sudden Stream Scuff. Red Creative Content card. 2 bits, 5 influence. Flip condition. An opponent is dominating this platform. When flipped, this card gains plus 10 this round. So potentially 2 bits for 15 influence. That's crazy. Now, granted, it is a one-off effect when you flip it over for the first time, but it is still pretty insane. Okay, another copy of Single Life. That's going to instantly be put into the demo pile. Another copy of Oversized Thighs. Another copy of How to Be a Femboy. Another copy of Seryun. Another copy of Beller Sala. Another copy of Grubbies. And that's the end of the pack. Okay. Starting to get a little big, so I'm going to start a second part. Right. That makes me feel so bad for Avi. It is really good art. It is really good art. It really captures that the pitiful scene really well. Okay. First card of the new pack. Persona for Avi. Persona for Line Chu. Another new content card. Convention Circuit. 1 token in order to win it. Independent. And it gives you 200,000 subscribers. Cool. Collabcast. Another independent platform. 300,000 subscribers. 2 tokens in order to win it. Another Camille Persona card, this time not full art. Another Porcelain Maid Persona card. Another Rayless Persona card. Another copy of Mandatory Ball Crushing. Another copy of Who Are You? Oh, okay. And we get a Tier 2 Camille upgrade card. When played, you may delete 1 opposing content card on this platform with 4 or less while you're dominating on 1 or more platforms. Captain Camille gains +4 influence. I'm going to be sleeving this immediately. Okay. Alright, only what? 9 more packs? Surely there is at least 1 more Becco Genning amongst these 9, right? Surely. To be fair, aside from Becco Genning, there have been a lot more cards that I wasn't aware of before this stream started that would be really, really cool Tenma inclusions. Probably enable other strategies with Tenma that I've only theory crafted prior to this set. Right. Not open well, so find a look. If I was a more reckless man, I just lined them up and cut multiple packs at once. At that point, I don't trust myself. Accidentally snip a portion off of the top edge of one of the cards within. Alright. Pack number. Okay. First card of the pack, another copy of Toilet Swimmer. Another copy of Tomboy Abs. Another copy of Chat Control. Another copy of Boy Failure. This is going in the Tenma pile. Another copy of Bathing Suit Outfit. Another copy of Against TOS. Another copy of Wardrobe Malfunction. Another copy of Vaseline on Toast. Another copy of Hot Sauce Karaoke. Oh, and an Eden Tier 2 upgrade. Okay, we're sleeving this immediately. Yep, 6 bits, 5 bits per turn, 7 influence. Content cards that cost 4 or less on this platform gain 3 influence each, and when you play this card, you get to draw 1 card for each content card on this platform. Pretty strong effect for refilling your hand after you've dumped it while trying to establish domination on one platform. Okay. All right. Okay, we're now getting into final few packs in this box. All right, let's see. Oh, okay. New card. New card right at the beginning of this pack. Caught in 4K. Red creative content card, 3 bits, 10 influence. You can't play other content cards on this platform. I can see this being an Uruka. Include. 3 bits for 10 influence is really, really good. Because you can drop this on the first round without having to gain without having to use any sort of gain 1 bit effects. So that's pretty strong. Morlington's going to be very happy with the set because there are going to be so many. The two decks that he's been set on making the most are his Uruka deck and his Michiru deck, and so far from what we've seen, both of them are getting massive buffs this set. I think Necro is going to be quite happy as well. One chip challenge. Red creative content card. 5 bits, 12 influence, vanilla. Oh, this is new. Morning voice stream. Red creative content card. Sorry, let me just hold it close to you guys. Red creative content card, 6 bits, 17 influence. You can play you can't play this card on a platform where you have one or more content cards. So again, another sort of singleton type content card. Yeah, another Uruka auto include, I would assume. Step on building blocks. Purple creative content card, 3 bits, 5 influence. When played, an opposing persona loses 3 influence this round. That's pretty cool. Okay, so direct debuffs on your opponent's personas that last round long. Interesting. Another copy of Tax Evasion. Another Eden persona card. Another Camille persona card. Yes! Okay, there we go. There's our second Beko Genning. Okay, now all we need is one more and we have the whole playset. Alright. Okay, there we go. There we go. Oh, this Tenma deck is going to be so... Oh, we're going to be cooking so hard with this Tenma deck. Okay. Oh, and we get another Eden upgrade card. Alright. We sleeve the Beko Genning immediately. About dang time. I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more. Alright, we're now 2 out of 3. We're 2 out of 3, which is pretty good. Oh shit! And we get a full art porcelain made persona card. We're going to be sleeving this one immediately as well. Right. Goated pack. Maybe. It's possible that we might even get 3 Beko Gennings from the same box. Maybe. If we're lucky. Alright. Alrighty then. Now down to our final 6 packs of this box. Whoops. Okay, hold on. I almost knocked my mic over there. That one looks really cool. I agree. Alright, there we go. Final stretch for box 1. Okay. Oh, yeah, another new card. Okay. In Your Walls. Purple creative content card, 4 bits, 6 influence. When played, you may move one of your content cards on this platform to another platform. Okay, so it's sort of like a potion for your own content cards, which is pretty cool. I think again, I could see Leah wanting to use this. I could see Uruka wanting to use this too, so they can get more area coverage across the board. Their content cards. Second card, fan art. Vanilla purple creative content card that costs 8 and gives 20 influence. Oh, okay, this is new. Yeah, Ujorts. Independent platform, 600,000 subscribers, 4 tokens to capture. Another copy of Unique Laughing Sounds. Another porcelain made persona card. Another Rayless persona card. Another RV persona card. I actually like the card art for this one better than the other one. Another copy of Vaseline on Toast. Another copy of Identity Theft. Oh, okay. Max Upgrade RV. 7 bits. Buffs your bits generated per turn to 7. I think that's the highest that any Persona has. That any Persona upgrade has in the game. With the effect of when played, you may look at the top 3 cards and then rearrange it. Then you may also draw a card as well. So we're going to be sleeving this immediately. Okay. Ooh. It's quite hot over here, so having the gloves on my hand is not exactly the most comfortable experience. Oh well. Okay. Alright. So, back. First card. Another vanilla content card, this time Red and Zatsudan. 3 bits, 8 influence. How's your mom? That is killer model art, I agree. Oh, okay. Another new content card. Red Zatsudan content card, 6 bits, 11 influence. When you move VTuber HR, when you move your persona to this platform, you may move this card to another platform. Pretty cool. So it basically allows you to reposition things if you have a sort of, move your persona effect in the middle of a clash. Casual misogyny. Red Zatsudan content card, 7 bits, 16 influence. While you have 1 or more content cards on every platform, this card gains plus 10. 7 bits for potentially 26 influence. That's insane. But yeah, I could see Pipodex running this one because it is a Zatsudan card and red as well. Robot Vacuum. This is not a card we've seen before. Purple Zatsudan content card. 1 bit, 2 influence. When played, you may move one of your content cards from this platform up to another platform. Oh, okay, so this is like a reverse version of Depressed Single Divorced Fathers, where instead of needing to play another content card to move this to another platform, playing this allows you to move an existing content card to another platform instead. Pretty strong, actually. Again, I could see Leah using this card as a way of, bouncing her content cards to different platforms. Another copy of Pro Gamer. Another copy of Child Support. Another copy of Porcelain Maid's Tier 1 upgrade. Oh, I think this is new. Line Tube platform exclusive. Bepsi pads. Sorry, Bepsi pad. 400,000 subscribers, 3 tokens to capture, with the stipulation that the first premium content card you play on this platform for each round is free. Man, that art is something else. Agreed. Reminds me of Porcelain Maid actually got a new model pretty recently where it no longer looks feminine. Huh, I haven't seen it yet. Ooh! Euclay's Frost. This is another card that we haven't seen before. This is an Eden exclusive. Red Zatsudan action card, 2 bits, that says move any number of your content cards with 4 or less, that cost 4 bits or less, from this platform to other platforms. So you can move them to any other platform, which makes this really strong of an effect. Oh, there we go. Throbbing Egghead. This was one of the cards that was revealed initially by Camille herself. Green Poggers action card, 2 bits, Camille exclusive. Your persona gains 5 influence this round. Draw 1 card for each platform where you are dominating. And that's the end of the pack. We are still seeing new cards, which is pretty cool. Alright. Last 4 of the box. Alright. Second. I might just cut all 4 open at once. Oh, very thinny. I can see why some VTubers, when they're doing their hand cams, they don't bother with the gloves. Right. Whoops. Okay. Almost dropped the pack. Alright. Another copy of Collabcast. Oh, this is new. Wikipedia. 300,000 subscribers, 2 tokens in order to capture it with the Clash Reward. If you have less subscribers than your opponent, gain 2 bits instead of 1. So it's interesting that it has a catch-up mechanic built into it. Another copy of... well, actually, I don't think I've seen this before. Oh, wait, actually, no, I have. Another new platform card, Goblet. 2 tokens in order to capture it, 300,000 subscribers. Flash reward, each opponent discards 1 card from their hand, which is pretty cool. Definitely going in here. Another independent platform, Ring. 400,000 subscribers, 3 tokens in order to capture it. Maybe getting something more breathable would be in order. Yeah. You're definitely right. I am going to be getting better gloves that I could put onto my hands in the event that I end up doing future handcam streams, especially more handcam streams to do with opening, boxes of cards. You're planning on making handcams a habit anyway? I'm not going to be making it a habit, but I do think it would be useful to just have. So, yeah. Another new platform card. Why? 400,000 subscribers, 3 tokens in order to capture it with Clash Reward. You may spend 3 bits to gain 1 popularity on this platform. So if you have excess bits, you can essentially get 2 tokens at once every time you win on this platform. This is for sure getting slotted into the Tenma deck, because Tenma usually gets a lot of excess bits. Another new platform card, Media Flame. 500,000 subscribers, 3 tokens in order to win it. Flash reward. You may return a content card that costs 2 or less from this. You may return a content card with 2 or less in play to its owner's hand. So this could be either your card or your opponent's. So yet another platform card that has a really strong effect. Okay. Poppy Strike. Another new platform. 600,000 subscribers, 4 tokens in order to capture it. With Clash Reward, delete all of your content cards on this platform. Very unique design. Very unique design. Either so that you can fully stock up your trash, or you have some way of, winning without having to play any content cards. This is probably going to be an auto-include in Iori decks, because Iori very much gains most of her influence and her ability to win clashes through action cards instead of content cards. And this is a platform that is very inhospitable to any persona that chooses to go with a content-based strategy rather than just buffing up their persona. Another copy of Gacha Pull. Oh, okay. Another copy of Accidental Flash. Actually, hold on. This is a card we haven't seen before. Purple Zatsudan action card, 5 bits. Move 2 opposing tokens on this platform to up to 2 other platforms. So you can essentially really put off your opponent's ability to win a certain platform. Cool. Oh, okay. Max Rayless upgrade, 7 bits. When played, you may play 1 content card from your trash to a platform, reducing its cost by 7. Flash reward, you may discard the top 2 cards of your deck. 5 bits per round, 7 influence by default. That's pretty cool. I'm going to be sleeving that one immediately as well. Okay. All right, last 3 packs of the box. Hold on, give me a sec.
Ugh. Man, I miss having nails. Did not think about Iori. Oh yeah, no, for sure. Iori is probably going to be getting a massive buff just from the inclusion of platform cards that are almost exclusively good for her and very little other, so very few other personas. Okay, first card. Sock Puppet Stream. Green Zartodon content card, 4 bits, 5 influence. When played, gain 1 bit and draw 1 card. Generically, very strong card. 3 bits for 5 influence is fine, and a card that replaces itself is also nice. This is basically a better Marshmallow Stream, to be honest, because it's 5 influence instead of 4, and it only costs, you know, total 3 bits once you factor in the when played effect as well. Pretty solid card. I think I'll put this as a candidate for a Tenma deck as well. MILC. Green Zartodon content card. 3 bits, 5 influence. Content cards cost 1 less to play on other platforms. Again, really helping you with the go wide strategy there. Zartodon, so almost certainly is going to be a card that Pippa will think about including in her deck. Another Line Chew Persona card. Another copy of Convention Circuit. Another copy of... Well, actually, I don't think we've seen this before. Web Flip. Platform card, 300,000 subscribers, 2 tokens in order to capture it with Clash Reward. You may remove 1 opposing popularity from another platform. Pretty cool control effect to drag out the length of the game. Okay, another new platform. Supreme Planet Lungs. 400,000 subscribers, 3 tokens in order to capture it with Clash Reward. Gain 1 bit for each content card you have on this platform. Dominating decks are going to love this. This is going to be a Michiru auto-include again. Probably an Eden auto-include as well, and also a Camille auto-include. Blue Butterfly. 400,000 subscribers, 3 tokens in order to capture it. Clash Reward. You gain +3 influence during the next clash this round. So this is probably a platform that you ideally would want to put in the middle between the 3. Again, I like how this is a mechanic that encourages people to think about that aspect of the game's mechanics. So it's not just brain dead, oh, okay, I will put this platform anywhere between the 3 slots that I have open to me. You actually have to think about where you put it relative to the other 2 platforms. Oh, okay, I don't think we've seen this one before. Avid Worm Enjoyer. I think Mollington has showed this off on stream before. Mollington, or actually, Avi has shown this off on before. Red Experience Action Card. RV exclusive. While this card is revealed on the top card of your deck, you may play this card for free. Your persona gains +10 influence round. So again, pretty strong synergy with RV herself. Being able to play cards for free is always good, and also being able to just gain 10 influence is really good. Find the Beppis. Green Experience Action Card, 2 bits. Line Chew exclusive. Play only during the content phase. Search your deck for a premium content card and play it face down for free. Then shuffle your deck. We have tutoring in Oshi push now. This is a really, really strong card. I can see why it's our rarity. Another copy of Pinata. Oh shit! Okay, we have a signed Porcelain Maid card. Holy shit! Okay, we are. Hold on. Let me sleeve this. Holy. Okay. My hand is shaking.
I might honestly double sleeve this just to be safe. Okay. Whoa. Okay, so we managed to pull one signed card. One signed card. Holy shit. Alright. The best part is, now I have the option of actually building a porcelain-made deck as well as a Tenma deck, and the two play pretty similarly in terms of being able to draw an obscene amount of cards. So that's holy shit. That's pretty good. I'm looking forward to that. Zoofield, thank you for being a footstool for 13 months. Mail cards on the stream? Exclamation point. Yeah. Wow, that was a crazy pull. Okay. I'm speechless. Holy shit. All right. Okay, well that's that pack of the box. All right, last two packs in the box. Yeah, I'll make a Twitter post. Maybe. But yeah. Holy shit. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, very topical card. Show card. Yeah, get inside a second. So yeah, we have the porcelain-made signature card. Pretty cool. Right. Then we have, well, tier list. Purple Zartodon content card, 2 bits, 5 influence, premium, flip condition, and an opponent's persona is on another platform. When flipped, you may move one of your content cards from this platform to another platform. Again, really strong sort of ocean-esque effect that is that you can use whenever you want for your own content on the same platform. But here's, thank you for the gifted membership. Akure, congratulations on getting sniped. I hope you enjoy this email. Yeah. Oddly topical. Oddly topical. Mods banned them. Purple Zartodon content card. 4 bits, 6 influence. When played, choose one opposing token on this platform. Its controller moves it to another platform. Okay, so yet another sort of stalling measure that you can use in order to shuffle around your opponent's tokens. Blockhead's Big Adventure. Green Zartodon content card, 1 bit, 3 influence. When played, gain 1 bit for each platform where you have 1 or more content cards. It's a neat little ramp card that you can use in order to accelerate yourself, so long as you have a decent spread in the mid game of, you know, card to card, different platform. Short attention span. Green Zartodon content card, 2 bits, 4 influence. Premium content card, flip condition. You have no cards in hand. When flipped, draw 2 cards. Nice way of refilling your hand if you're playing an aggressive green or Zartodon deck, to be honest. I might end up putting this in the Tenma pile because, again, you're playing an aggressive deck that just aims to dump your hand. That's pretty good. What? Rayless, another copy of a Rayless Persona card. Another copy of the RV upgrade card. Another copy of a Line Shoot upgrade card. Another bonus 3 inches. Oh, okay. Remove Bull-Headed Joint. Joel exclusive. Green Pogger's action card, 2 bits. Each opponent discards 1 card from their hand, and you draw 1 card for each card discarded this way. So it's basically discard that replaces itself. Really strong in a Joel deck that uses Halloween special. Off the Rails, Rayless exclusive. Green Zartodon action card, 1 bit. Reveal the top 3 cards of your deck, draw 1 content card from among them, and discard the rest. Okay, so that's the penultimate pack done. Last one of the box final chance to get 3 Becco Gettings on just 1 box. Alright. Another Wikipedia. Another Goblet. Another String. Another Festive. Another RV Persona card. Another Line Chew Persona card. Another Eden Upgrade card. Another PowerPoint presentation. Another press conference. Okay, I don't think I've seen this one before. Bad pickup lines. Purple experience content card. 7 bits, 12 influence. This card costs 2 less to play on a platform where an opponent has more tokens than you. When a player wins a clash at this platform, return this card to your hand. So basically a card that doesn't get deleted gets returned to your hand instead, and it's cheaper to play. 5 bits for 12 influence is pretty solid if you're trying to catch up with an opponent in terms of them already winning a clash over a platform. I might end up including this in the Tenma pile as well. Pretty neat. Okay, and that's the first box done. But this has been a killer first box to open for the stream. Hold on, let me just move all of these cards out of the way so I have more space for the next box. Okay. All right. Hold on, give me a second to swap gloves as well, because these are starting to get a little clammy. Give me a second. Two out of 3 though? That's true, that's true. I have been pretty lucky so far in getting 2 out of 3 copies of Becco Getting already. Good luck putting those gloves back on. No, I'm swapping them out with a new pair. So all I need to make sure of is that my hands aren't too clammy, and then being able to put on a new pair of gloves should be fine. Or just show your hands. We're gonna be... But your immersion, guys. But your immersion. Think about all of the immersion that you might lose. You actually know for a fact that I am yellow, not just that I say that I'm yellow. All right. A redo of the Proctology ASMR. Ugh. It is noticeably harder to get my hands into the second pair compared to the first because of the added stickiness, as gross as that may sound. Okay. Oh, I'm not looking forward to this. Oh, this is scuffed. Oh, this is so scuffed. Ugh. Okay, well, these fit even worse than the previous pair, but I think that I should be able to get it to work. Just needs a little bit of extra tugging. Yeah. That's one on. The second pair was much easier than the first. Suppose my left hand less sweaty. Okay, there we go. All right, so box 2, Electric Boogaloo. Get this open as well. All right. Let me just arrange these piles. Grasp. There we go. Okay. All right. We're in the second half. And already our pulls have been really fucking good. So let's hope that the luck continues to hold out. All right. First 2 packs. I'm gonna cut them open off screen. Just get bigger gloves. I wish I did. Because these were just the gloves that I had on hand in order to do other things. So next time I will get gloves that are easier to wear over an extended period of time. If I do end up doing a second hand cam for something or other. Okay, first 2 packs. The new box. Okay. Another moist morning voice stream. Another step on building blocks. Another in your walls. Another fan art. Another axe evasion. Another Eden Persona card. Another Captain Camille Persona card. Another copy of Euclay's Castle. Another copy of BB Nightingale. Oh, another Eden upgrade card. Let's leave this. All right, second pack of the bunch. Christen this box. Another good boy. Another so baby. Another meow. Another it should have been me. Oh, actually. Another add reverb. Another no prep, no problem. Another lonely MILF looking for comfort. Another boy mode. Another Seriun. Another Beryl Adsala. Belir Adsada. And that's the end of the second pack. Alright. At this point, I'd be very surprised if there were more cards that we end up pulling that we haven't seen before. It should be in the minority, the thorough minority of this. After having opened one box. Oh, shit. Okay. Well, the glove just broke. So, yeah, at this point, I'm just going to give up on using gloves, to be honest. I'm surprised that it managed to last as long as it did. Already. So you guys are actually going to... We're going... This point onwards, we are going raw. I just hope I don't end up pulling another signature foil that I have to... that I end up touching with my fingies instead of proper protection. So... This time I'm going to need you guys to actually hope and pray that I don't end up pulling something big. It's time, boys. The unironic grippers. Yeah. I'm just checking. Do I have dirty nails? Well, I mean, I don't have nails, so... Okay. Sorry, give me a second. Jane, thank you for being a footstool for 18 months. No rubber in this house. Don't say it like that. Michael, Chairman is going to. Okay. Okay. Calm down, guys. Calm down. You act like you have never seen people's hands before. All right. And there they are, the actual grippers proper. So yeah, now you can confirm that I really am yellow on the outside as well as on the inside. You don't just have to take my word for being Chinese. All right. 2 more packs. Good idea. Go wash your hands. I had alcohol wipes on the side, so I already wiped them down with those. So hopefully it's good now. We haven't seen chair hands before. Don't get used to them. Don't get used to them. I don't have a lot of reason to whip them out at future points. Okay. I'm still going to use scissors, but this time it's much easier. Fiddle around with using gloves so I can grip them much easier. Right. Act 1. What could this mean for the feet reveal? What's wrong with enjoying us? Down. Down, Zazamos. Down. Okay. Another community art. Another marketable plushie. Another exposure therapy. Another queen status. Another porcelain-made persona card. Another rayless persona card. Another Avi persona card. Another porcelain parlor. Another infinite library. Another the Wasp Bunker. And that's pack 3. Alright, we're kind of speed running through these now, picking up the pace quite a bit. I was promised Simpson Yellow. I'd have to work on getting my liver truly and completely destroyed in order to be able to achieve that on camera. Another copy of Fired. Another copy of Wear Thigh Highs. Another copy of Date Night. Another copy of Bottom Energy. Another copy of Blockheads. I think we have a full playset now. Another copy of Minkai. Another copy of VTuber Senpai. Another copy of Grubbies. And our last and final Becco Genning. Let's go. Followed by Crystal Dragon Memories. Alright, and with that, we have the playset complete. I am so ready for this. The Tenma deck is going to be so good now that we have the full playset of Becco Gennings. Alright, we got the chase card, we got a sign card, we got 3 Becco Gennings. I don't think this unboxing stream could have gone any better in terms of our pulls. So yeah, okay. 3 Becco Gennings. Just what I wanted. Just what I wanted. Alright. Now, next 2 packs. Absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. See, gambling does work, guys. Gambling does work. For legal reasons, that is a joke. You know, something that I've been practicing off stream is, you know how in all of those ads, those gambling ads, you have at the very end, they have to include some sort of legal disclaimer. And, you know, it's always something that's played at 2 times speed or read out very quickly. Trying to work on actually being able to do a quick read like on my own without any need for editing software. Haven't quite got the hang of it. but I should be able to by the end of the year. Okay. Another copy of You Jorts. Another copy of Unique Laughing Sounds. Another copy of Nose Pull. Another copy of Cage Chat. Another Camille Persona card. Another Porcelain Maid Persona card. Another Rayless Persona card. Another Accidental Flash. Another Identity Theft. And finally, another Rayless upgrade card, which we will be sleeving immediately. Playsets are 3 times instead of 4 times? Yeah. So in Oshi Push, the maximum deck size is 40 cards, and the maximum playset, the maximum number of cards in every playset is 3. Just under 10%, which is the same ratio as Magic, which has minimum 60 cards in a deck and maximum 4 cards in a playset, unless stated otherwise. Okay. Next pack. Oh god, I was away for a bit and I come back to raw hands. Have some shame. It got too sweaty for me. I gave up. Alright. Well, to be fair, I would have kept going if it wasn't for the fact that the gloves that I put on they just ripped afterwards, so yeah. Another tier list. Another mods ban them. Another Blockhead's Big Adventure. Another short attention span. Another VTuber Senpai. Another Captain Chia. Another Wisdom of the Day. Another Friendship Tax. I really love the art on Friendship Tax. It just looks very good. Another children's game, another Vine Boom, and that is the end of the pack. Alright. We are speedrunning, as predicted. Pretty interesting. Alright, we're gonna take 3 packs this. A bit of a risky maneuver. Do not try this at home. Okay. Operation successful. Managed to cut through the tops of 3 packs without cutting through any of the cards inside. There's no longer anything holding you back. Yeah. We are fully raw dogging it. Okay. We have another Show Feet. Holy. Another Boy Failure. Another Good Boy. Another So Baby. Another Line Chew Persona card. Another Eden Upgrade. Another Captain Camille Upgrade. Another Bepis. Okay, yeah, I said, is it Bepis? Yeah, I said Bepsi before, that was wrong. Another Bepis pad. Another Euclays Frost. Another Throbbing Forehead. That's the end of the pack. This is why I recommend using powder hands of the powder inside of the gloves. I had similar experiences before inside of a dark room. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Alright. Okay. Another Permission to Swear. Another Arf Arf. Another Aggressive Bite. Another Hard Pivot. Another Avi Persona card. Another Line Chew Persona card. Another Eden Upgrade. Another Hydraulic Press. Another Boy Mode. Another Saryu. That's the end of this pack. Right. I think we've got how many? Should be up to an even number now of packs opened. Alright. Let's move on to... Another Take a Shot. Another Intended Flash. Another Be More Cultured. We are very close to having a playset of Be More Cultured, actually, at this point. Another Waifu Wheel. Another Captain Camille upgrade. Another Porcelain Maid upgrade. Another Rayless upgrade. Another Little Sister Energy. Another Euclay's Castle. Another BB Nightingale. Into the 5th pack. I think this is the... Might be more. I've lost count at this point. All I know is that I have to keep going until I reach the end of the box. Another Eden Persona card. Another Camille Persona card. Another Porcelain Maid Persona card. Another Rayless Persona card. Another Captain Chia. Another Wisdom of the Day. Another Pro Gamer. Another Vaseline on Toast. And another Hot Sauce Karaoke. Oh, and another Line Shoe Max Upgrade. Okay, so it might be a more common misprint than just a one-off then, because this is also in red instead of the purple, which it should be. Might I'm not sure if in the other pack openings that other people have done, if this has been a recurring thing as well, but I might shoot Anime a message after this stream of the Line Shoe misprints. Right. Okay, another 3 packs that I've tried to open at once. Again, hoping that I don't actually end up cutting through cards. I think I meant to pull it off. All right. At this point, we can truly start speed running through these. Okay. Another Wikipedia. Another Goblet. Another Joystick User. Another Knock Knock. Another Wardrobe Malfunction. Hold on, let me just... Another Brain Rot. Another Nail Painting. Another Off the Rails. Another Avid Gummy Worm Enjoyer. Another Find the Beppis. That's the end of this pack. But I'll starting to get little big. Oh, whoops. Almost lost a card there. Alright. Another Blobbin. Another Alter Ego. Another Daisy. Another Engu. Another RV Upgrade. Another Line Shoe Upgrade. Another hold on, let me Web Flip. Another Porcelain Parlor. Another infinite library. Oh, okay. Full art Eden upgrade. I'm going to be sleeving this immediately. Would you look at that? That looks really pretty in terms of the full art version. Oh, that is very reflective. Okay. Yeah. You can probably see my webcam in the reflection of the card. But yeah. It is very pretty. Okay. Last 2 packs of the bunch. Another Sock Puppet Stream. Another MILC. Another No Survival Instinct. Another Convenience Store. Another Web Flip. Another Supreme Planet Lungs. Another Blue Butterfly. Another Mandatory Bowl Crushing. Another Who Are You? And a full art Line Chew Persona card. I'm going to be sleeving this as well. Master in. All right. Out. Last pack of the 4. All right. So, another RV Persona card. Another Line Chew Persona card. Another Convention Circuit. Another Collab Cast. Another Child Support. Another Bathing Suit Outfit. Another Against TOS. Another Bug Burger Cooking Stream. Another Bonus 3 inches. Another Remove Ball Jointed Head. I'm definitely building a Joel deck after this stream, because I certainly have enough cards to do that, I think, at this point. Alright. Grab the next batch of cards. Okay, we're cutting open 4 at a time now. How many are left? 6. Okay, so this is our final 10 packs from the box. That's a little messy. One of the packs. Could be. Okay. Another Sigma Alpha Dominant. Another NPC carry. Hold on, let me just remind myself what it says. Another Love the Nub. Another Custody Battle. Another Line Chew Upgrade. Another Add Reverb. Another No Prep, No Problem. Another Crystal Dragon Memories. Oh, Mama Oko, welcome to the stream. Welcome in, Oko Raiders. We are about to get to the bottom of the last box that we have to open up. another Vaseline on toast, and a Captain Camille oil upgrade. Leaving as well. Hope you guys had a nice stream. Quite being pretty chill so far. We got one massive pull, which was the signed porcelain maid card. Yeah. Aside from that, I'm just happy that we've gotten a steady supply of the only chase card that we were actually going for. Right. A second to cut open some more packs. All right. So, be the ninth last uncensored hands. Yeah, I gave up on the gloves because they started ripping. All right, another meow, another rampant narcissism, another trash talk, another retro games. Actually, I don't think I've shown this one before. Retro games, green Poggers content card, 4 bits, 6 influence. When played, you may play a content card that costs 2 or less on this platform. Maybe I did. I don't remember. It's been a while. Another porcelain made upgrade card. Another rayless upgrade card. Another RV upgrade card. Another Beller Adsala. Another Grubbies. Oh, and a 4th Becco getting. Cool. Okay, I can use this as a spare. I'll just sleeve up the Becco getting. At this point, hold on. Let me just check to see if all of them are foil. Yeah, they are. Okay. Very cool. Very cool. All right. Joel does have some funny cards this set. Okay. Another Parasocial Sunday. Another Gamer G. Another Toilet Swimmer. Another Homeboy Abs. Another Planet Lungs. Another Blue Butterfly. Another Why. Another Bunker. Another Beppis Pad. Oh, and a shiny RV upgrade. Alright. Gloves, but his hands got too sweaty. Yes. Fortunately, they did. He does have the hands for it. What exactly constitutes the hand for it? The hands for it? I would like to know. I have been told in the past that my hands look quite feminine. So, who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Alright. Another Spray Streamer. Another Sudden Stream Scuff. Hold on, let me check that again. Another Bought in 4K. Another One Chip Challenge. A tiny bit of Yowie hands. Okay, I see. Another Y. Another what is this? Media Flame. Another Poppy Strike. Another PowerPoint presentation. Another press conference. And another Joel upgrade card. You have piano hands? Yeah, I would hope so. I would hope so. Based off of how many hours and tears I spent on that as a child. I would hope so. Okay. Last 6 packs. Start with a batch of 4. Now, as much fun as I have had opening these packs, the real fun comes after Hero manages to add all of these cards into the TTS, and then we get to proper deck building with full play sets and everything. Because that's what I live for, basically. What I'm most keen for above all is coming up with new strategies when it comes to, well, how to essentially make it so that my opponents have as little fun as possible. Okay. Control player as I am. Okay. Another cat control. Another queen status. Another show feet. Another boy failure. Another media flame. Another poppy strike. Another souls-like notes. Another Euclay's frost. Another throbbing egghead. And another hydraulic press. I have to sort these cards into playsets once I'm done with the stream. Dirty blue player. Well, you know what they say. You can take the blue player. You can take the blue player out of. Well, actually, never mind. That's not the right thing to say. I was about to say you can't take the you can take the blue player out of Magic, but you can't take the Magic out of the blue player. But let's be honest, if there is a blue player in your game, only one player is going to get to enjoy Magic. Another, how's your mom? Another, VTuber HR. Another, casual misogyny. Another, robot vacuum. Another, lonely MILF looking for comfort. Another, blockheads. I think we do have a playset at this point of blockheads. Another, Minkai. Another, hot sauce karaoke. Another, bug burger cooking stream. Another, 38 plus husband. I think we have two playsets of some of the new Persona cards at this point. Alright. Another, kiss, marry, kill. Another, rampant narcissism. Not other deck, basically. Another, trash talk. Another, retro games. Another, touch grass. Another, ash blasting. Another, sniffer. You know, I might actually add ash blasting to the cards that I want a full playset of, because targeted discard is very, very good in any deck that has discard as a primary game plan. But in any case, sniffer. Another Inyata. Another gacha pull. Wait, hold on. I don't think we've seen this one before. Never mind. Maybe I skipped over this one. Okay, gacha pull. A purple Poggers action card, 4 bits. Delete one content card. Its controller reveals cards from the top of their deck until they reveal a content card, and then plays it at the same platform. Then they shuffle all the other revealed cards into their deck. So, this has two functions. One, it gives you an excuse to shuffle your deck. So all of the effects that allow you to put cards from your trash onto the bottom of your deck, now there's a chance that you could draw them naturally and play them without having to wait until the very end of late game. However, on top of that, you can either use this to remove your opponent's card and then, gamble on whether the replacement is better or worse for you. Or, potentially, if you're really into RNG, or if you have ways of manipulating the top of your deck, you could, in theory, play a content card that only costs 3, manipulate the top card of your deck, use this as a way of cheating out a content card that costs more for only 4 bits. So, this is a pretty insane card in terms of the different range of applications that it has. And remember, this is an action card, which has no stipulation of when you can use it. So you can use it during the content phase and during the clashing phase. So I think this is going to be one of the strongest cards that ends up birthing its own set of strategies over the course of after set 2 has released proper. Oh, full art Captain Camille upgrade. I'm going to be sleeving that. And yeah, that's the end of the pack. All right. We're down to our final 3 packs. Hold on, let me cut open the other 2 as well. All right. Third, final pack. Another community art. Another marketable plushie. Another exposure therapy. Another string. Another fashionista. Another single life. Another oversized thighs. Another remove ball jointed head. Another off the rails. Another avid enjoyer. Second lost pack. Another morning voice stream. Another step on building blocks. Another in your wall. Another fan art. Another Souls-like notes. I think this completes the playset. Oh, another Ash Blasting. This also completes the playset. Another Sniffer. Another bad pickup lines. Another horror game stream. Another bonus 3 inches. Alright, we're now down to our final pack of today. I honestly don't know if I... Whenever a player wins a clash at this platform, return this to your hand. See, the only issue I have with this is even if you win the clash, you still end up returning it to your hand, even if you don't take over the platform. So it's essentially a temporary 5 bits 12 influence at best. It is experience though, so replaying it multiple times does have synergies with other experience cards that are... I'll have to think about this one, the inclusion in my deck. Alright. Last pack. It's all been coming down to this. Another festive. Another Scuff Pod. Another YouTube. Another Blotify. Another How to Be a Femboy. Another Tax Evasion. Another Eden Persona card. Another Find the Beppis. Another Piñata. Another Gacha Pull. And there we have it. That's the end of the 2 boxes that we have been kindly provided by Japanime Games. So, we've had a lot of pulls. I think we have a lot of playsets as well of set 2 cards. I'm very grateful for. I think we have at least 1 copy of every new platform that has been introduced in this set as well. But as a recap of the highlights of the stream, we did manage to get 4 copies of Beko Genning, which we only wanted a playset of, but I will always welcome spares. We managed to get several foil Persona well, several full art cards, persona upgrades, and content cards. And last but definitely not least, we managed to get one of the mythical Aka rarity signed full art persona cards. All in all, a pretty successful first HANDCAM stream, unboxing stream. And I want to thank all of you for showing up as well. Now, this was not a stream where I got to actually play the game. I do have previous streams where I do explain the gameplay of Oshi Push, gameplay loop, mechanics, etc., etc. And if at some point during any of my streams I have successfully convinced you to check out this game, or even more so if I've convinced you to actually buy some product, again, my affiliate link is in the description below. I do receive a small cut of the, well, actually quite generous cut, because it's duplicated by giving me access to Japanime, I believe, affiliate points that I can use to redeem for other things as well. But yeah, I do get quite a generous cut from all of the purchases that you make using my affiliate link. So if you do that, you can fuel both of our addictions at the same time. But in any case, I will be ending stream pretty soon, just so I can start making adjustments to my Tenma deck, and so I can get on building a Joel deck as well. But thank you for tuning in. Thank you for lending me your luck to get such a beautiful array of pulls. And yeah, so we have the proper tier list stream coming up next week, by the way. So normal stream time, Friday 9 p.m. EST. But we are going to finally take the candidates that we selected in the previous stream, where we looked at all of the React streamers, we adjusted the criteria, tested them, etc. And we're actually going to be applying all of that in a proper tier list stream, where we live react to / rate the various different videos that were randomly selected. It's probably going to be quite a long stream, purely by virtue of the fact that we have 12 creators to go through, and each of the videos are between 25 to 35 minutes long. But it should be fun. It should be fun. Tenma control deck is going to be evil with some of these. Oh, I fully expect that they will be. And I have full intention to try and min-max just how much we can squeeze out the fun in the game for the opponent. Yeah, we have that to look forward to. Let me switch over to the head hold screen. Well, you see who else is live. I also need to check what exhaust means. Okay, let me see who else is live right now. So yeah, set 3 is also going to be coming soon after this set releases, so that's something to be excited for as well. And oh, Sawa's streaming right now. She's streaming Higurashi. Okay, I'm gonna send you guys on to Sawa's stream. I don't know if we've rated Sawa before. If we have, I don't remember. But give good conduct of yourselves. I hope you have fun in her stream. I think you will. I think you will. Sawa's stream. Especially, it's a nice sort of wind down from gambling. There's only so much fun to be had here, and I'm going to have all of it. Exactly. See, Shellsock, you understand me. You understand the mind of a control player. But yeah, I'll be sending you guys on to Sawa. Behave, give good conduct of yourselves. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you again for tuning in. I'll see you next week. I'll post a formal announcement for the tier list stream and a follow-up on the rules updates onto Twitter and the community tab later on. And yeah, Otsu Chair. Otsu Chair. Can't wait for Alias to be added into the game, and I'm crossing my fingers Vader's Wish gets added in as well. Okay. Otsu Chair. Guys.